queste qua. mayors, authorities, distinguished guests. Bon dia to all of you. We are Filippo Gavazzeni, head of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, and Bruno Santos de Oliveira, head of the International Relations of the Rio City Hall. It's our great pleasure to open this 8th Milan Urban Food Policy Pact Global Forum, hosted by the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. Together with us, there are 600 people, both in person and online, representing our signatory cities, our global and regional partners. We are particularly excited that this forum is taking place for the first time in South America. I remember 1 year ago in Barcelona, when together with you, Bruno, we announced that the hosting city for 2022 would have been a Cidade Carioca.
Thank you, Filippo. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Rio. We are very happy to be delivering this global forum together with the city of Milan and with Fiocruz. It's very thrilling and awesome times for us, and the city has worked very hard, particularly the team of international relations, to organize this event, bringing our contribution to the Milan Pact community, and also enriching the debate of the global food agenda. The next 3 days will be an amazing opportunity for cities and all of us to exchange with an intense and fruitful time for our cities to promote and develop conversations regarding the advance of food policy regionally and around the world. This ceremony today will be guided by the amazing Master of Ceremonies, Miss Teresa Borges. Teresa is a senior executive with a wide-ranging and very important network of international and national contacts. She has lived both in the US and in the UK, and is currently working very hard to foster multidisciplinary conversations to advance sustainable growth in climate, in justice, in human rights, and also in gender studies. Food systems is one of the key areas of work she's focusing right now at present time. And that being said, I would like to welcome Teresa Borges on the stage and ask a big round of applause to her. Thank you.
He made me look really good with those words. Thank you, Filippo and Bruno, for the initial words. Warm welcome and kind invitation to be here. It's definitely an honor to be part of this outstanding event, this huge and diverse and amazing crowd. So today, as Filippo said, we start the 8th Global Forum of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. This edition's theme is Food to Feed the Climate Justice, Urban Food Solutions for a Fairer World. A little bit of housekeeping before we officially start. I think all of you have grabbed your headsets for translations. In case you have not, they're at the front of our plenary. One thing, and I'm telling this mostly to myself as a Carioca, that punctuality is adamant. I'll be punctual, and I hope you are as well, because this event is being live streamed all over the world, so our audiences are expecting punctuality from ourselves, from us. The sessions will be recorded and later available at the Milan Pact YouTube channel. So, launched 7 years ago, the Milan Pact has reached over 250 cities and impacts thousands of people, promoting sustainable and healthier food policies all over the world. During the next 3 days, we will listen to mayors, city representatives, experts, activists on how to advance policies, share experiences, and discuss challenges that can impact our food systems. Specifically today, we will celebrate outstanding initiatives promoted by cities all over the world. We will recognize the best and the boldest work of cities around the world that are transforming global, thank you, that are transforming global systems in the awards ceremony. After the award ceremony, dinner will be served at the foyer. We would like to highlight that all meals served here are vegetarian with vegan options and non-processed ingredients harvested from local suppliers. Before we officially welcome our distinguished guests, I would like to thank the Instituto Europeu de Design, the European Design Institute. Their students created the logo for our event, so the Instituto did a call for projects, and this collaboration allowed several students to produce a logo that would symbolize our theme today, and the winning concept was, as you can see here in the bottom, on the bottom part of our screen, it's supposed to represent slices of fruit as well as the phases of the moon. So it's a nice concept, and congratulations to the winning team. Now, without further ado, I would like to call on the stage Mayor Eduardo Paes from Rio de Janeiro. Vice Mayor Ana Scavuzzo from City of Milan. The Director of Institute Fome, Professor Graziano. And Mr. Valber Frutuoso from Fiocruz. Thank you everyone for being here. Please have a seat. I'm going to start, not you, sorry. I'm going to start calling Vice Mayor of Milan, Ms. Ana Scavuzzo, to share her opening remarks. So sorry to have made you say, come on.
Thank you very much. It's very exciting to be here together with you. And I would like to ask you an applause just for you, first of all. Thank you very much for being here. It's an honor, but it's also quite exciting because we are back in presence. And I think it's very important also for our network. And I want to revoice my wish to you, delegates, and on behalf of the city of Milan, that is the chair of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, I'm honored to welcome you to the 8th Global Forum in the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro. Let me express my deepest gratitude to Mayor Eduardo da Costa Paes, and I will leave him the floor for welcome us today to this forum and to this city. Our two cities, Milan and Rio de Janeiro, are linked by ties of friendship, and we are here, above all, thanks to the long-term vision of Rio to invest in the most innovative community of cities active on urban food policies. The Milan Pact was launched 7 years ago to be the platform for cities actively transforming their food systems. It's impressive to think about the wonderful journey that led us here. I believe that we should all be proud of how far we have come as a community of cities, a community of people. And I'm also very glad of how much I personally learned, professionally but first of all, personally. Back in 2015, we all started this journey together. We started this journey because we want to build more sustainable and just food systems. As politicians, we feel the huge responsibility in triggering this vision. As city governments, with our previous officers, also among you, we put this vision into concrete actions for our communities. In fact, cities are actively developing food policies that are crucial drivers of change, affecting millions of citizens worldwide. We must act now as a community, both at global and the local level. The Pact regionalization progress is going ahead with exciting results. This year, Europe hosted the regional forum in Almere in the framework of Florida 2022. Asia Pacific celebrated its first regional forum in Bandung, linking it with Indonesia's G20 presidency. And last month, a delegation of Milan Urban Policy Pact cities were in Terra Madre, in Turin, at the Slow Food International event. This is the vibrant and innovative community that we created. It seems surprising that for a long time, food has been considered as something like a rural matter, a topic falling outside of cities' interest and urban competence. But we know that cities are where the majority of the world's population live and eat, and we know that Milan Pact mayors have a clear understanding that food is intertwined with major phenomena in our society, such as climate change, deforestation, loss of biodiversity, but also social justice, employment, and raising inequalities. Food is deeply connected to climate justice, and as such, it's our entry point to tackle today's biggest challenges together. The mission of the Milan Pact and the focus of this forum is to shed light on what role food can play in mitigating the climate crisis and in promoting social inclusion, on what role food can play in the equitable division and fair sharing of the consequences of climate change. In other words, cities can, maybe should, maybe must, feed the climate justice. This is what we want. This is what we will achieve if we work all together. Our commitment is to enhance learning from each other. Any city working on these issues can provide precious insights on how to tackle common challenges. Every city, every community. Over the last 7 years, cities learned a lot, mostly when we were facing an unprecedented crisis. And the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact has always been at the forefront to support these efforts. The fair and sustainable world we want to build needs our full commitments. Mayor Paes, thank you for being an exceptional host and for having organized the 8th Global Forum of the Milan Pact. Let me also deeply thank all our partners that are contributing to such an inspiring program. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you. Without you, we could not have grown and gone so far. It's a collective journey, and we are happy to do it together. I wish you a fruitful forum. Thank you very much for being here, and I invite you all to enjoy the most of these days, once again in presence, together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Valber Frutuoso from Fiocruz to share his remarks.
Obrigado. Bom dia.
Good morning, Mayor Eduardo Paes, Vice Mayor Scavuzzo. I'm the director of the Zero and the director of the Fome Institute, José Graziano, on behalf of President Nísia, Trindade, Lima, and the entire Fiocruz community, I wish to congratulate the initiative of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact and the city of Rio de Janeiro, with our mayor here present on the stage, for holding this 8th Global Forum in our city. And I wish to thank you for the opportunity, for the partnership that we've had with Fiocruz, an institution focused on science and technology here in Brazil, which has collaborated with the organization of this event. The Milan Pact, as an initiative aimed at debating public policy on generation of sustainability and social justice, was established as a concrete and effective tool for working where promotion of food sovereignty and food security and nutritional security is one of the main pillars in the contemporary world as a promoter of social justice and sustainability. The main international agencies in the United Nations system, like FAO and the World Food Program, have identified the need to restore the food ecosystems based on the importance of humankind, reflecting on the ethics of adopted to define economic prosperity. For these same agencies, there's still a hope that we can transform the contemporary food systems in order to promote solutions to the climate, economic problems, and social injustice, which reveals the importance of holding this 8th forum in our city here in Rio de Janeiro at this moment of deep reflections. We believe that it's still possible to regenerate these food systems, but this requires time, resources, knowledge, new proposals. For that to happen, good governance, with the Declaration for Humankind to make measures to promote agro-food systems, resilient ones that are efficient in a sustainable way and inclusive as well. For this, we require global measures for food production, both for international trade and for domestic trade. These are investments in the diversification of what we know as what we can act on, given the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of climate adversities and possible catastrophes, and also in instabilities due to political, ethnic, and other forms of conflict. The 8th Global Forum of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, which is now being held in our city, emphasizes and highlights even more the themes of sustainable development, putting food systems at the center of the discussion, the agenda for discussion. The world is being left behind in attempts to eliminate hunger and food insecurity, and several different initiatives aimed at achieving food systems that can indeed, with effectiveness, be sustainable, thereby protecting above all biodiversity and the environment. Despite all of these efforts, which are ongoing, these changes still require a number of measures and actions to understand food systems. Sustainable ones should be through the joint promotion of policies for the environment, health policies, transportation and commuting and mobility policies, and also energy policies. Given the diversity of each territory, these efforts will require that institutions be strong, both at the local level, at the national level, and at the global level, in order for the cities and their citizens to be able to promote systemic changes in the urban food system. For that to happen, it's essential to have the development of integrative development to transform the global food system. Thus, the importance of implementing governance systems based on interconnection of all the agro food systems for early warnings, assessment and management of environmental risks, endemics and pandemics. These are all essential strategies. Given this context, on the theme Food to Feed Climate Sustainability. The 8th Forum of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact raises the possibility of exploring how food systems can become one of the most powerful levers to achieve a more just world, creating space for the delegates, representatives, and leaders of the signatory cities present here based on discussions carried out over the course of these 3 days to be able to transform the challenges that have been raised for us and turn them into solutions for a more prosperous, just, egalitarian, focused on healthy life in the future without jeopardizing integrity and the stability of the ecosystems and biodiversity. On behalf of Fiocruz and our entire community and the President, Nísia, Lima, I want to thank you, and I wish you all a wonderful and fruitful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frutuoso, for representing Fiocruz, which is a national pride for us here in Brazil. Now I'd like to invite Professor Graziano to join me on the stage.
Caro prefeito.
Dear Mayor Eduardo Paes, first of all, I would like to thank you all and thank you for being here in this important meeting of the Milan Pact. Thanking you for the important work you have done at this important time lived by our country. Dear Vice Mayor Anna Scavuzzo from the city of Milan, dear representative of Fiocruz, Walter Frutuoso, Rafael Zavala from FAO, I'd like to greet specifically Carlo Petrini, a dear friend, international president of Slow Food, present here with us. Dear mayors, dear friends, it is a great joy for me to be part of this forum. It is an honor for me to have been part of its birth back then in 2015 in Milan. And it's been a long journey since then. And the success is due to all the support received from Milan from the very start. Milan used the opportunity that World Expo 2015 was being held then, and the topic was feeding the planet, energy for life. And since then, this relationship between eating and the planet has been explored in different meetings of the Pact. The focus on the right to healthy food to save the planet is a constant topic and has influenced the topics of our journey. And the topic for our Global Forum this year is Food to Feed the Climate Justice, Urban Food Solutions for a Fairer World. And there are some important topics to be highlighted. Now, at this historic point in time, this unique time we're living, somehow we are taking the responsibility in face of the world. It's a shame now that we are one of the biggest exporters of food on the planet, and we have gone back to being in the map of hunger. I am not going to point out to the negligence of the last 2 terms of government. We will have enough time in the next few days to detail the topic. What I want to highlight now is merely a point. In the case of Brazil, this is a clear example that technologies of green revolution that have been here for almost 70 years on the planet, although they have increased the supply of food, making food cheaper, they have not been able to produce healthy food, nor have they been able to avoid a series of environmental and social problems, such as deforestation, the loss of biodiversity, the soil degradation, water pollution, lack of family farmers, land concentration, and soil contamination due to the intensive use of chemicals. Brazil is a clear example, such as the presence of monoculture and the lack of diversification of production can lead to the food monotony, as we call it, which contributes deeply to increasing the epidemic of obesity that the world has been going through, particularly Brazil. My dear friends, climate change is no longer seen as a future threat. It is something that is already causing significant impact in our production. It is more and more apparent that global warming, unless it's stopped rapidly, we will have even less food in the future. And it's not just reduction in quantity of food, as many believe, due to the occurrence of droughts and extreme climate events. The last report, the last PC report, points to a crucial point, which is the loss of nutritional quality of food produced in an atmosphere with too much CO2. The protein concentration in our main food, wheat, corn, rice, may drop from 5 to 15%. And the vitamin concentration, specifically vitamin B, may drop up to 30%, unless if the concentration of CO2 doubles as compared to the pre-industrial revolution levels in the 17th century. Based on the IPCC's analysis, we may say that food insecurity will grow to the point that it will become a threat similar to that before agriculture, the pre-agriculture era in the country, in the world, rather. And the wealthy and not so wealthy countries, like Brazil, on the other hand, have been supporting a form of industrial agriculture that has reached $630 billion a year, almost $2 billion a day. FAO, in its last report of SOFI 22, proposes that these resources, at least part of it, will be used no longer to stimulate industrial-based production, but rather the consumption of food in a sustainable way, of food that is produced in a sustainable way. So clearly, we need to look for a new paradigm. And fortunately, there are good options. One of them is the recommended by FAO. It is agroecology. And I have the pleasure of telling you, foreign guests, that we have here in Brazil an association, the National Association of Agroecology. There's a website available, and it has already tested the agroecological models in 750 locations in Brazil, proving that they can obtain results superior to those of conventional agricultural methods. But it's not just the form of production that needs to be changed. The way in which we consume needs to be more responsible, avoiding waste, avoiding monoculture, the monotony of our food systems. And cities here play a fundamental role. 80% of the food in the world is consumed in cities. And we can no longer think of cities only as the urban nucleus, separate from the rural areas. The urban-rural dichotomy needs to be overcome by a continuous line of rural-urban. Cities need to incorporate more and more in their directive plans also the peri-urban, peripheral, and rural areas. I want to emphasize also that we can no longer consider the city population as mere passive consumers or the rural people as producers of commodities. More and more, these elements need to play an active role to transform our system. The pressure on the part of consumers might be effective in promoting healthy food systems. And for that to happen, we need to have active local governance mechanisms. And this is an endless path, as has been posed by the Milan, Vancouver, and Belo Horizonte city examples, just to mention a few. I want to stress also the importance of going from global topics to local issues, the importance of taking on global commitments in local realities to implement the 2030 agenda requires the political commitment not only on the part of nation leaders, but also on the part of our mayors. We need the total commitment of our local authorities. And to conclude, I would like to say that the implementation of this radical necessary reform in food systems is a great challenge, but it is something that can be attained. All long journeys start with the first steps, and we know what to do. Public policies that promote healthy diets to meet the needs of people's choices. We cannot go on blaming people. We cannot blame the mother for the obese child. The obesity is a public health issue. It is not a private issue. Families and individuals can no longer be deemed responsible for what and how they eat, because very often we don't even know what is in the food we eat. In that respect, what calls our attention is that there is still no regulation, comprehensive regulation, to promote healthy diets. Tax and regulatory policies that include tax on food and drinks that are unhealthy, labeling, restriction of marketing, and the commercialization of unhealthy foods is already enforced in some countries. And the result in reducing obesity has been significant. Brazil is still in the beginning in this direction. We need to go faster. We know what to do. We just need to be bold enough to start, knowing that it will be a long journey, knowing that sustainable development, the goal number 2, and here Fome Zero, zero hunger, means not only giving commodities to people so they can survive. We need to feed them adequately so they may lead healthy lives. I'd like to greet you all once again to the city of Rio de Janeiro and to Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Graziano, founder and director of Instituto Fome Zero. I think that your opening remarks summarized why we are here. And if one day we wake up and we're tired to go to work, I think we can refer to this remark and get strength to keep going, because the work that you're all doing and you are all doing is highly important. So I thank you for sharing data and for sharing your knowledge and for having Fome Zero as also a national pride. So, yes. Before I invite our dear mayor to give his remarks, I would like to welcome back Vice Mayor Ana Scavuzzo for a gift exchange with Mayor Eduardo Paes.
Dear Mayor, I'm very honored and I please you to accept this medal I would like to give to you on behalf of the city of Milan, also as a symbol of gratitude, a symbol of friendship between our cities, and the symbol of strengthened cooperation for what we have been doing till now, and also for what we can do also in the future. Thank you very much to you, to your city, and also to your vision about your city, but about the cities of the world. Thank you very much.
So let me say a few words here. Grazie mille. I don't speak very good Italian, but let me also welcome you to Rio. It is a great honor. I think Milano inspired all of us. Rio had the opportunity to join Pact de Milano in 2016 when I was in my second term as mayor. And we know being a city like Rio with the challenges of a country like Brazil, we know that the role we can play, it's a big one. So count on us. It's an honor to have you here, and please accept this in the name of the Cariocas, the city of Rio de Janeiro, and the Brazilians. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank
you. It's my pleasure to invite our wonderful mayor, Eduardo Paes.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank all of you on behalf of the city of Rio de Janeiro and wish you all a warm welcome to the cities and agencies and organizations that are here with us in this 8th forum here in the Cidade das Artes. Once again, I want to greet the Vice Deputy of Milan, representing the mayor, José, who I wish you would send our warm greetings to, and the leadership of Mayor Sala in the city of Milan. We were convening, thanks to them, here to promote, talking about the importance of urban food policy and the importance of city and the food systems. I'd also like to thank the cabinet of the Milan Pact that organized this event, as well as all the organizations, the partner organizations. I wish to cite here the advisor for international relations of Fiocruz, Valber Frutuoso, through whom I greet all the partners at Fiocruz, allowing us to hold this event. And special greetings and salutations, in my opinion, it's the person who inspired all of us Brazilians in the first term of the Lula government as the director, and at the time, the coordinator of Zero Hunger and former director of the FAO and the food security and the fight against hunger, as I said here, for the implementation of the Zero Hunger milestone for fighting hunger in Brazil. Here, we imagined that we had already overcome, but unfortunately, we're facing hunger again here in Brazil. So thank you very much to José Graziano for your role and your tireless action in this area. Rio de Janeiro is known internationally for its leadership in international discussions related to environmental agenda since Rio 92 and Rio Plus 20 in 2012, and celebrating now the 30 years since Rio 92. We're honoring our historical role in the climate agenda with policies to strengthen actions in the transitions to food systems, sustainable urban food systems, resilient and nutritive ones. Rio is organizing this unprecedented event in the Americas with food policies at the center of the climate agenda. Today, as was said here, food systems represent 37% of global emissions of greenhouse gases, which what we eat and how we produce the food, how much we waste as well. It's essential for us to discuss in order for us to meet the targets for the Paris Agreement. We're living in a scenario of contradictions. On the one hand, as Graziano said here, obesity is a public health problem related to diet, and on the other hand, as hunger as well. To accelerate the transition to healthy and sustainable diets is one of the activities and actions that has the greatest impact to guarantee climate justice. Global production of food is one of the main sources of pressure on natural resources to feed and produce foods for 7.7 billion inhabitants in the world, which are responsible for 24% of annual greenhouse gas emissions. Healthy diets and sustainable ones, only countries in the G20 can reduce nearly 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Healthy activities have an impact on health. The decrease in ultra-processed foods, reducing related diseases related to poor nutrition and obesity. Policies aligned with the commitments of the Milan Pact in the area of food security, governance and reduction of food waste. Rio de Janeiro has confronted this scenario and tackled it. Our city has been holding activities that range all the way from production and access to nutritional diet with agroecological production, food school programs, and short food chains. To guarantee healthy and adequate nutrition for children, we've provided the use of various and varied diets respecting culture and promoting information of healthy eating habits. More than promoting the necessary calories for our population, it's essential to expand popular access to organic food products with little or no use of pesticides. The city government is dedicated to the premises of the Milan Pact in all of Latin America through the development of all and involvement of all sectors in the food system in the implementation of policies of urban food programs and policies related to diet. So in May, we hosted the first Latin American Forum of the Pact, which convened representatives from Latin American cities and international organizations. The regional forum was a milestone for the Latin American cities and promoted the commitments of the Milan Pact to address better the main concerns of the region and the common challenges. We launched a declaration of Rio de Janeiro, which created a Latin American alliance for the Milan Pact. This alliance established priorities to implement food security through urban public policies to contribute to sustainability and strengthening of identity and the reduction of inequality. Rio de Janeiro had the honor to be, once again, I highlight, the first city of the Americas to host the global forum of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. To organize this event showed the courage and daringness to confront climate emergencies, which will only be through sustainable food systems at the center of our decisions for urban planning. We wish to promote the local commitments concerning food and encourage cities that have not signed the pact yet to join activities on more inclusive food systems, resilient and safe and secure ones. The coming days, we're going to have the opportunity to debate amongst global leaders how to advance initiatives which promote more just cities and fair and sustainable cities. More than ever before, we need to advance in healthy food policies which are accessible for everyone and affordable. Only in 2021, more than 193 million people underwent some level of food insecurity, acute food insecurity. Food insecurity is one of the most harmful effects of the climate crisis, impacting more severely vulnerable populations. Ever since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also due to the economic situation, the number of people on the map of hunger increased by 150 million people in the entire world. The world reality is reflected in Brazil, with the country has fallen back onto the map of hunger in the year 2022. We should never forget that in the pandemic, in the worst recession in the contemporary history of Brazil, we have more than 33 million Brazilians who are going hungry, and we have more than 125 million living with some level of food insecurity in Brazil. This alarming situation demonstrates more than ever before that solutions to the problem of hunger and the food systems, that they should involve the global south. They must involve. More than half of the world's population is living in cities. Our mayors have the crucial role now in the transformation of the food systems. With the Pact, we've created cities committed to the development and implementation of healthy food systems and sustainable food systems. The right to eat with dignity is an international human right. We have launched the program, the natural food for informal workers, for them to have access to food. And we've created several different neighborhood soup kitchens for vulnerable populations and affected by thousands of free meals for people in situations of extreme poverty. Ever since 2006, this mayor of Rio de Janeiro launched a project of karaoke vegetable gardens. More than 100 tons of healthy food is produced in more than 150 vegetable gardens all across the city. More than 10,000 vulnerable families now have access to vegetables and greens free of cost. In addition to selling the food for generating income, we're going to exchange experiences to overcome the challenges of promoting healthy and sustainable diets in egalitarian way, an equal way for everyone. Cities are leading the transitions to global food systems, resilient ones, nutritional ones, and with low carbon. But we still have much progress that we still need to make, and with the cities of the world, in these days, we're going to establish measures to promote food justice and sustainability. Here we are going to reinforce the path to a more inclusive food and climate transition, which is sustainable in cities, with public policies, robust ones and broad, comprehensive ones. The 8th Forum for Milan Urban Food Policy Pact is a milestone in turning this challenges into solutions for a more prosperous future. I wish each and every one of you an excellent forum, and I'm certain that we are going to achieve progress here with solutions, permanent ones, with a common agenda for the cities to build with an effective debate over the course of the next days of the forum. So thank you very much, one and all.
Thank you, Mayor Eduardo Paes, for your reliable leadership in our city. Right now, we're going to do a little bit of switching of the stage. I invite you to take a seat in our audience. If Mayor Paes can stay here with us. Thank you. And now I would like to invite the stage to participate in the mayor's debate, Mayor Shade Gawanaz of Windhoek. Mayor Roberto Ladiziankic, you have to help me. Ladiziansky from Tel Aviv. That was my fault. I caught your attention for a bit. Thank you. I would like to invite now Vice Mayor Audrey Pouvard from Paris. And we have the Mayor of New Haven joining us online, Mr. Justin Elliker. So I'm going to take a seat so we can start our debate. Is this on? Yes. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being online. We're going to do 2 rounds of questions to our mayors here, and I'll start with Madame Pouvard. So the city of Paris has implemented a program called Strategy for Sustainable Food, which aims to give everyone access to high-quality food and to reduce the ecological footprint of food consumption in your city. What are the main challenges that this strategy wants to address? And is the topic of climate justice considered into the strategy?
Yes, absolutely. Hello, everybody. Bom dia. Desculpe, não falo português, mas entendo pouco. Thank you, Teresa. Just a short hello to everybody. Merci beaucoup au Pacte de Milan. Thank you to the city of Rio. Thank you to the teams who are organizing this event, and thank you to our translators. So now I turn in French and I answer to your question. Oui, évidemment, cette stratégie de...
Well, this strategy for sustainable food and agricultural food for the city of Paris is a strategy that tries to reduce our environmental footprint, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And after aviation, we have an activity that is second in greenhouse gas emissions. And we in Paris also need to reduce the environmental footprint of food consumption in the city. We have been working in the implementation of a food system that is less of a predator of resources and that can provide a better return to producers, and that is also healthier in terms of public health. It is also an issue of social justice and access, especially for people who have lower income. They will have access to food of higher quality. Also, we need to follow the agricultural transition in our city. A city like Paris today and the region around Rio is like Rio here. Our resilience would be of 3 days only if supply was to be affected by some factor. In the context that we are today, we realize there is a major challenge in terms of location of production and following the transition to the periphery of the city. How do we do that? Well, we do that as a very ambitious food plan that establishes 100% of participation of organic and sustainable food in school canteens and administrative public canteens, and that represents 30 million meals in Paris a year. So in all collective food or collective canteens, we can establish and set up which are the producers that can be responsible for that, always supporting agroecology and organic farming. This type of sustainable food system predicts 100% of sustainable food until 2027. We have reached 54% now. Production is always less than 200 kilometers from the city of Paris, which allows us to follow up and monitor everything that is produced in and around 200 kilometers of Paris. So only 10% of agriculture is organic.
I'm moving on to Vice Mayor of Tel Aviv. If I may ask, what role can food play in mitigating climate change and promoting social inclusion? In other words, can cities promote climate justice?
Bom dia a todos, eu vou responder em português.
I'm going to answer in Portuguese. Cities are today the center of human activity. And several issues are growing, and the greenhouse gas emissions is growing. The population of Tel Aviv will increase by 2030 from 460,000 inhabitants to 560,000. Our cities need to feed too many people with their resources, but may play an active role in producing resources and minimizing their impact. The environmental footprint of Tel Aviv indicates that food constitutes 42% of the total footprint of the urban population. The consumption of food in Tel Aviv shows two opposed patterns. On one hand, there's a relatively high percentage of waste of food per capita. On the other hand, 25% of the urban population is vegan or vegetarian. Our new mitigation policy establishes three main actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the food sector: promoting Mediterranean diet, a diet that is based on more vegetables and grains, supporting healthy food, and also assuring access to sustainable and healthy food to all. In 2022, we launched the Tel Aviv Tech 2022 initiative, whereby the municipality supports the startup food techs by offering a variety of benefits, such as, for instance, Tel Aviv holds hackathon events several times a year to develop apps and solutions to problems faced by the city in a creative way, in an innovative way. And the municipality has attributed shared working spaces to new startup companies. And these spaces are available at a subsidized, affordable price that is enabling entrepreneurs, yet another interesting system launched by Tel Aviv. Also, there is the Open Data TLV, which access open access codes to municipality databases about environment, transportation, events, education, and much more. And it's also user-friendly.
Very impressive, everything that you've been doing, but most impressive is your Portuguese. So, now I'd like
Pode ser melhor, né?
I could try to do a little bit better.
Mayor Shade Gawanas of Windhoek, if I may ask, can urban and family agriculture represent an entry point for tackling food security and generating income at household level? What's your experience in Windhoek?
Good morning, everyone, especially to the Mayor of Rio. Thank you for having us. Thank you for inviting us. And also, of course, all protocol observed. For us, yes, it is extremely very important that you have urban agriculture introduced to every household within the boundaries of Windhoek. Now, Windhoek is an urban area, and agriculture is mostly identified with our context in the rural settings. But now introducing urban agriculture into the city of Windhoek has been quite of a challenge, and has also been a concept that we are still learning and trying to appreciate for the benefits of having urban agriculture within the boundaries of the city. Yes, on household level it is important, because even with our Building Back Better program, supported by UNDP, we have approximately around 116 women that are involved in the program. Now that obviously translates to 116 women that are in urban agriculture, literally feeding a household of around maximum 7 to 10. So you can just see the benefits that are rolling over in terms of household level. It obviously also teaches us about resilience at household levels. And you would remember that during the COVID pandemic, we were then obviously instructed to remain at homes. And one of the biggest challenges that we had was that people were unable to access food. Shops were closed. Most of them were unemployed. They're just at home. So you have to now look at how were they able to feed themselves? And it was a big challenge later on. People obviously overrode the COVID protocols, and they just decided. So having urban agriculture at household level is important because it teaches resilience and there's food security on that level. We also feel that it not just in terms of food security, but what our training system does in terms of financial literacy, how to manage, how to deal with other training skills. So urban agriculture at household level really assists our households to be able to deal with pandemics such as COVID-19 as well, and all other social ills within our circumstances. We obviously, we also have at the farm Okokuna, which is our first farm, the city of Windhoek has allocated land just for urban agriculture and agricultural training for the most vulnerable within our society. So this farm basically trains women, children, and men to take care of themselves at household level, to produce food for themselves, and obviously other benefits of training in financial skills, managing of resources, storage of agricultural produce, and to be able to sell this produces as well, which means there's an extra income coming into the household level.
Perfect. Pardon my ignorance, but what is the population of Windhoek?
The population of Windhoek approximately at 2020 was 461,000.
All right.
Yes.
So you have a lot of people to train and
yes, to take care of.
Yes, thank you. Now moving on to our online guest, Mayor Justin Elliker from New Haven. Can you hear us well?
I can.
Okay, great. So food is a matter of social and economic equity. Can we consider food as an entry point for the inclusion of disinvested communities? And how can one support those communities, including people who identify as Black, Indigenous, LGBTQ+, and new residents in New Haven?
Thank you for the question. It's so good to be with you. Unfortunately, I can't be there physically, but I can see you've made up for it by having my gigantic visage above your head. So I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. And I also wanted to just say how honored I am to be part of the Milan Pact, and that our city has that opportunity. Our Director of Food Policy, Latha Swami, has joined you in person and is such a good representative. So very grateful to the Secretariat and everyone for allowing us to participate. You know, of course, food is a key entry point for inclusion of disinvested communities. And I think this is something that many of us as nations have struggled with for a long time in the United States. I think we have seen very much firsthand that the only way to address this issue is to focus not only on outcomes, but on the process as well. New Haven in particular, a city of around 134,000 people, has a long history of urban agriculture. And it may not always be reflective of the diversity of our city. Thanks to a first ever federal grant that's focused on this area, we're developing New Haven's first urban agriculture master plan with the goal to change that. It's an actionable, equity-oriented blueprint, and it's created through an inclusive, community-rooted process. And that is co-led by both our Food Policy Division and a newly established Urban Agriculture Community Advisory Board. And I think that Community Advisory Board is central to the work that we're doing, because it gives people that have historically been underserved and all too often not heard, not only a seat at the table, but a leadership position to help guide the thinking and help us align with these values. It's a priority to work with our divested communities. In New Haven's context, we've defined these communities as those that experience injustice and have less access to resources and opportunities. We currently have 52 members on this community advisory board, and they're compensated for their time to ensure that we don't have an opportunity where there's someone that may not participate because they can't afford to participate because they have to be working. It's a very diverse board, a multilingual group that includes English, Spanish, and French speakers. And we have significant representation also from those that have experienced incarceration. And last but not least, we have an amazing age representation on this group, including one urban farming expert who is over 85 years old.
That's great. Thank you so much. Moving on to our mayor, Eduardo Paes. Considering the reality of South American's metropolises, how to face urgent issues such as the current famine crisis, and how has the city of Rio's strategy adapted to tackle this challenge?
Okay, so once again, welcome. I'll do it in English so I can make life easier to our mayor there in New Haven. I bet he doesn't have any translation, so let me just try to make a point here first. I mean, when we're speaking about, from a point of view from the global south, when we're speaking from point of view of a city in a country with so much inequality as Brazil, and this is pretty much the same all over Latin America, besides the fact that we need to address the chain of production of food and the environmental issues, we are getting back, and now I speak on behalf of a Brazilian mayor, we're getting back to something that I thought I'm in my third term as mayor, so I was mayor from 2009 to 2016, and I got back last year. But this famine was something that, was out of the agenda in Brazil a few years ago. In my first term, obviously, we still had poverty, but things were much, much better. So the economic crisis in Brazil, and that has a lot to do, obviously, with the COVID, as it happened all over the world, but it was going bad for a while now, much, much before than the COVID from 2020 had. So this is an issue that we have to address permanently. So we have some initiatives. One, it's more connected to this chain of production, which is the Hortas Cariocas. I spoke a little bit here on my first address. It's something that was much more looking towards environmental impact of the initiative. But now the city, we need to be focused on how can we get rid of famine? How can we get food to the people so they can eat at least 2 meals, 3 meals a day? That's what we're working on now. So we have two big initiatives, which is the Prato Feito Carioca. It means ready dish, something like that. The translation is not a good one. And the Cozinhas Comunitárias, which is like local people that we hire, the city pays for the food, and it's been an amazing experience. We have a history in Brazil of what they call popular restaurants, which are big, big restaurants in centers, commercial centers of the cities in Brazil. But poverty has become inequality has become such a big issue again that we have to invest in this more, straight to the point in the favelas, in the poor communities of the country. So these are the main things we're doing in the city of Rio. But it is a discussion, and I think that probably happens all over the global south, I can say, in Latin America. We are getting back to talk about famine again, which is completely unacceptable.
Absolutely. So now back to Madame Pouvard. The COVID pandemic and the economic crisis continue to put pressure on cities' food aid structures and on local farmers. Thus, a public policy to fight food insecurity is a necessary step to undertake for cities. Is there a way to combine required and urgent food aid actions with sustainability?
Yes, absolutely. It's very important. C'est évidemment un objectif qu'il nous faut maintenir.
This is an objective that we must try to meet. We, from the city of Paris, decided that we were going to maintain the objectives and that we were truly going to implement the policy. having 100% bio-sustainable food, because this collective restoration has to do with daycare centers, some school canteens, and administrative restaurants, because the city of Paris employs more than 150,000 people. So this is an important footprint. We want to feed part of the Paris people, those who do not live in Paris but work in Paris. We want that to be as sustainable as possible. And it's not just a matter of challenging the issue. Through the taxes, 13 cents of an euro given to the families, a bit more to the poor people. And in doing so, we have the children from poor families to have at least a balanced diet with fruits and vegetables, fresh fruit and vegetable, with or without meat. Because, as I said, we have 2 or 3 vegetarian meals a day. And in those collective restaurants, I try to make sure that the diet is of good quality. Amongst the devices we have in place, we are providing more subsidies so as to help one of the main French NGOs, L'Armée du Salut. And in doing so, we have 7 tons of fruits and vegetables, biological fruit and vegetables, coming from producers that are close to the city of Paris. That provides resources to the producers and also allows this NGO to distribute food to other associations and institutions that are providing food aid, so they can distribute food that is of higher quality. In this sustainable food system, we are increasing the supply of food. But also, we have here an important issue, which is the strategy to try and suppress the use of plastic in the food chain so as to preserve the climate, the environment, and human health. Our strategy is also to fight food waste. In doing so, by doing all that at the same time and with a lot of political will, and several people before me said that, I believe that depends on political will, right? We're talking about public politics. So we need to have a political leadership, a political goal and will, so that you can truly fight famine and starvation, so that we can fight hunger in Rio de Janeiro. That is a political will.
Which is essential. And as a Carioca, and I'm very self-referring today, I'm sorry, but I'm so happy that Mayor Paes is back. Political will to implement social programs, and it's such a relief, so thank you. But yes, political will, absolutely fundamental to keep it going. And so to our Portuguese speaker guest, vibrant cities like Tel Aviv are used to hosting large-scale events such as festival and community events, community gatherings. Those events have obvious environmental impact. As city managers, one must find solutions to lower the impacts of these events. Can you share a little bit of your experience in this field?
Claro. Eu quero compartilhar com vocês sobre a...
I want to share the last hackathon in Tel Aviv in February, and I'm proud of this project, which was born in my cabinet. Now, the marathon is the largest sports event of the city, international event in the city, for the country as well. 40,000 runners from several different countries of the world came to participate in the marathon in Tel Aviv Marathon. The last marathon was the first green marathon that happened in Israel. But when all the information registration leaflets and everything that used to be printed are now moved from paper to digital. All the signage after the marathon, the signs were recycled after the event. During the race, the runners were served with water in cups made of recycled material. After they drank in the glasses, the cups were recycled again. It is stimulated participants to use public transportation or bicycles or other green forms of green transportation and increase the number of trains, buses for the arrival and return of the event. And we suggested to participants in the marathon to donate their sports uniforms that they used in the marathon to recycle. And I believe that the most important topic that happened in the last marathon was that we were able to reduce the use of plastic bottles, disposable of water by 75% as compared to the previous marathon in Tel Aviv. It was a huge success, and we need to do even more, but we're on the right path at least.
This is a fantastic example, and I hope we can implement this everywhere. Always watching Olympics and marathons, and it's always so gut-wrenching seeing the runners drinking and throwing their plastic cups away. So thank you for sharing your experience. Now to Madame Shade Gawanaz. How does extreme weather events caused by climate crisis impact food policies, and how does your city respond, mitigating and adapting to it, especially considering the most vulnerable people?
Okay, maybe also for information purposes. Namibia has a population of about 2.6 million, and Windhoek, obviously, as you'd also asked, about 461,000. With the urban migration, you can relate that you have a lot of challenges within the city of Windhoek. Firstly, people migrate simply because they're looking for better opportunities. Secondly, we have a housing crisis within the city of Windhoek because I'm sure if you Google, you'd also see that we have about 54% of people that come into Windhoek looking for better circumstances, moving into the informal area. And that population has been growing, and we have about 10% increase every year. So now you can just imagine, so just a little bit of background in terms of our population and migration and obviously the challenges that we face. Now, in terms of policies, we have the national nutrition policy at national level. We also have the agriculture policy, and we also have, obviously, the Local Authorities Act that obviously governs local authorities and how they deal with challenges and opportunities within the boundaries of Windhoek. Now, yes, global warming, climate change is a phenomena that is around the world, and city obviously hasn't been spared by that. We have experienced, for the past around 6 to 7 years, we've experienced severe drought, which has obviously meant that a lot of rural farmers has had experienced declining of livestock, of producing food, and obviously that has an impact. And then we also then had the flash floods that we're currently also experiencing during the rainy season, which is now currently upon us, as well as field fires that we're also experiencing. So in terms of climate change, Namibia and the city is not spared with all its consequences. We have also experienced immense heat, rising of temperatures within the current past 3 years. What we as Windhoek, what we are doing in terms of is we have strategic partners that we play with. And for us, it's also important that all of these policies are streamlined down to local governance, because that is where policies need to be implemented. And it is a problem when these policies in terms of climate change, in terms of food security and food sustainability, if we are unable to have these policies understood and these policies directed to the implementers, which are the local authorities within Namibia, then obviously the strategic intent then fails. So also with the city, what the city has also done is, firstly, the city has then also joined the Birmingham Food Pact, which was born out of being a partner here at the Milan Urban Food Pact policy. So we are also building relations in terms of making sure that the right strategic intents for local governance in order to deal with climate change and food security is sustained. We are also having our strategic plan, which we have drafted this year. Our plan, the strategic plan ended 2017-2022. We have then the agro-agriculture processing policy, where we're looking basically at increasing water supply to Windhoek, because Windhoek is also quite very dry. We have a lot of underground water, but you have to drill boreholes to access that water. So we're looking at water security in the long run. If we do not have enough water resources, rainfall, we obviously have to drill a lot of boreholes to have communities access water. We're also looking at the strategic pillar of accessing more farmland in terms of making sure that we have enough land for farmers to be able to produce, food, and obviously to make sure that you've got spatial development as well. We also are looking at, in terms of agriculture, increasing strategic partnerships with strategic intent, and to make sure that at the local level that is then realized. We have embraced innovative ways in order to deal with food security within the city of Windhoek. And that is with the assistance of obviously UNDP and other partners. We have the Farm Okokuna, as I had previously also mentioned. So all of these policies that we have spoken about is necessarily to say, are the policies at the right place to deal with the realities of our people on the ground? And we're talking about local level. A national policy speaking to that, a regional policy speaking to that, and the implementers of these policies. Do they understand these policies in terms of what climate change means? What are the consequences of climate change? And then obviously to make sure that our city becomes more resilient to climate change, as well as to be able to sustain ourselves in the long run. So we have, at community level, we also have community projects where we engage more, we teach, we train about the policies. And then we also have for future, we're still planning on to move out, because Windhoek's boundaries had also extended and changed. So we're also looking at other areas where policies can be implemented to make sure that there's food security within the boundaries of the city of Windhoek. Thank you.
Thank you. The trickling down of policies and actual implementation, that's a huge challenge, which I know all of you have to go through. Now to Mayor Elliker. In order to achieve climate justice, it is necessary to strengthen and promote food policies that are sensitive to local cultures, gender, ethnicity, and religion. How does New Haven address those issues? It's a little bit similar to your earlier question, but with a little bit more specificity this time.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say it's so wonderful to hear the examples of other mayors, because I think cities are oftentimes on the forefront of the implementation of these strategies, like the mayor of Windhoek said, and it's so good to hear so many other examples of leadership. And thank you to the mayor of Rio for speaking in English. They do have translation for me, but obrigado. Of course we can't be successful anywhere, but I think about New Haven. We're a very multicultural city. We have residents from all around the world that come to our city to live here. and a very, very diverse population, albeit a population that has disparities of income and wealth. And so we have to work alongside each other and not approach things in a top-down manner. As the Mayor of Paris said, the challenge here is that we need leadership, and we need people that are going to take courageous steps in the leadership position. We also need to engage all populations to ensure the sustainability of the importance of these issues. And I think that's why engaging people in the climate movement that are across all different cultures and ethnicities is vital to the long-term success of this movement. And we struggle with this in the United States, where it's become over-politicized and more, too much about identity rather than about the actual science and the issues here. As I mentioned, I talked about the Community Advisory Board and our real work to engage all different people from all different backgrounds. That's one entry point to engagement, but I think we also acknowledge that climate and the engagement around climate isn't just about food, but it's about many other challenges. People, if they don't have stable housing, can't spend the time, effort, and their own personal capital to engage in the climate conversation. If they're struggling to find a job, it's more difficult for them to engage in this climate conversation. So in New Haven, we've also invested a significant amount of funding into a housing first model, where we're supporting direct rental assistance and expanding affordable housing. We're supporting minority-owned businesses and small business and entrepreneurship programs, a lot of job training programs, so that people have the ability to earn more money that enables them to have the kind of resources to have a more equitable food system. We're obviously around the globe fighting against time with climate. And in New Haven, we've experienced a lot of major flooding incidents and are also improving our infrastructure. But we cannot possibly sustain any long-term initiative around climate if we don't engage all different populations, and in particular empower individuals that have historically been underserved.
Thank you very much, Mayor Elicker. Can you hear the applause from there? Yeah?
Yes,
Good, good. So before I let you off the hook, one final question to Mayor Eduardo Paes. As a mayor of a big city, what does it take to enforce food, and kind of relating to the question I asked Madame Gawande. So as a mayor of a big city, what does it take to enforce food policies amidst the constraints of public administration and its bureaucracy?
I mean, I think it's by the end of the day, it's an easy answer. It's political will. I mean, that's it. I mean, all of us here are politicians. I mean, I know there's people here they're not politicians, but by the end of the day, when you decide, when you make your budget, where you're going to put your money, it means your political will. Who are you prioritizing? And this is something that we need to do. I mean, or we address to bring public policies to people that are in poverty, living in this environment of famine. This is something that it means political will. So the Pact of Milan is an example of this political will. Cities that joined the Pact of Milano, they are showing that from a political perspective, this is an issue that we need to deal with. That's a city that's a role that the cities they have to play more and more. I'm not saying anything against the national governments, but they are proving for a while their incapability of getting things done, of delivering things. As the world population are living mostly in cities these days, the role of mayors, of local governments are going to be more and more important, and showing this political will is what will make us address in the right manner problems as we're discussing here today.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. So we're closing up our opening event, and it certainly sets the tone for what we can expect later today and within the next couple of days. I would like to invite you to stay on stage for a formal photo, and our previous guests as well to come back on stage for our photo, and then we'll break for lunch and have our wonderful and tasty meal at the foyer. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a wonderful conference, and thank you for being here.
Buenas tardes a los que están.
Good afternoon. People that are setting up the mezzanine, please come down to the ground floor so we can all stick closer together and save space. Good afternoon, one and all. It's a pleasure to be here in Rio, beginning the 8th Global Forum of the Milan Pact. Thank you to the people for joining us remotely and in person as well. Rio de Janeiro, Milan, and with Belo Horizonte are doing joint work, so we want to thank this collaboration with Rosario and Belo Horizonte for the organization of this regional forum, and we're happy to have the first global forum in South America. Bernardo, please. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bernardo Ribeiro. I'm Director of International Relations at the Belo Horizonte Municipal Government. It's a huge pleasure to welcome you all here, that we welcome you all here, Maria, right, to this regional, Latin American Regional Forum of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact. This regional forum is extremely important because the impact and food policy achievements in the region have specificities that need to be treated with specifically. Our challenges and the ways by which food security impacts Latin American populations are specific, and the treatment that we wish to assign to them as far as to be able to make progress with this agenda, observing the most necessary points for our populations. To begin with these initial comments, we want to thank all the speakers here, and we have people from all the region. Of course, we have the Vice Anna Scavuzzo from Milan, Rosario, Paulo Rapkin, and the Secretariat of the City of Belo Horizonte and the City of Rio de Janeiro. To begin with these initial comments, we'll turn the floor over to Ariel Capio, the coordinator of Carioca food programs in Rio de Janeiro. Thank you, one and all who've come here. I want to thank the speakers, the participants. You're all welcome to Rio de Janeiro. And it's important for us to talk about the issue of food security, especially in community areas, low-income communities. It's where we have the largest population of vulnerable populations with the most degraded areas of the city. The program have 57 different units in the city divided into between schools and low-income community areas and feeding. In all the program, we've reached more than 60,000 families that are helped through this program. These people are supplied with the foods that they produce themselves. They distribute it amongst themselves through small-scale organizations. The municipal government always encourages and backs this over the course of the 6 years of our program. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here publicizing on work and invite all of you on Wednesday for us to visit one of our community vegetable gardens. It's a agroforestry unit. It was an area that was occupied and settled and organized and has been for some time now. So you're all welcome. Thank you very much. We also invite the Joint Secretary for Economic Development of the city of Yara Salis from the city of Belo Horizonte for her opening remarks. Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you very much to everyone participating. I want to greet the other speakers and thank you for the opportunity through the organization of this forum to discuss such an important agenda item, both for the local government, for local governments, and issues relating to the global agenda as well. It's an agenda which today, as was reiterated in the opening session today by the authorities who were attending here and participating, it engages in close dialogue with, so local government, it's a pressing issue at the city, the local level, there's a demand for, given a situation of conceiving alternatives for food security combined with the issue of climate change. So these are agendas that we can no longer even separate. Day by day, steadily, they converge all the more. And the position that I occupy today, in my position, we have two major responsibilities, i.e. the promotion of economic development through actions allowing international dialogue, facilitating the implementation of local public policies in compliance with the demands of the global agendas and consistent with them, and without a shadow of doubt, food security and climate change are the two intertwining, pressing, urgent agendas that we have in our hands. So, therefore, this opportunity here today is extremely important for us public administrators who are facing a huge challenge and a huge responsibility, that is to serve the needs of human decency, which is good quality food, guaranteeing well-being and survival even in society. So I wish you all wonderful and fruitful work in the forum with fruitful seminars. May they emerge from our discussions. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Secretary. Now here, the Mayor of Rosario, Pablo Joaquin. Good afternoon. First of all, obviously, I want to greet one and all, especially the Secretary of Economic Development of Belo Horizonte and the representative from Rio, and the Vice Mayor of Milan, and acknowledging this forum for the first time in Latin America. And I want to thank both Milan and Rio de Janeiro for the huge effort that they put into it, organizing it. We're convinced, all of us, that global problems, as has been said, we should think of them at the local level, think of them at the global level, but solve them at the local level. The climate action plan for transition, the cities are the ones that end up being effective when it comes to establishing climate justice. Climate justice not only is built thinking globally, but acting in the territory and next to and together with our people in the most difficult places for our people. And in our continent, specifically in the Americas, South America, we have this sad record of being the most unequal continent in the world in terms of territory and access to rights. But these rights must be won at the local level. We're going to exchange views with the view towards this, with each of us with our experiences in a network of cities. which we decided to design in food sovereignty, not only in terms of theoretical terms, but also in how to build food sovereignty in our unequal territories, close to the cultural. It means a cultural change for our people. This changed the geography of our cities even. I think that this experience is what is rich for exchanging in this regional form, obviously coinciding in some senses with other regions. We have a huge responsibility with Juiz de Fora, combining with the vice presidency and the regional forum for Latin America. We want the international forum to serve, to coordinate experiences and to learn, and to understand that this is not just no longer, it's a vertical world, it's a horizontal world. And horizontality in the world is what we want for our cities, horizontal relations, and with this same calling to integrate all the networks of cities that are involved in this endeavor. And I believe that in addition to this, in terms of climate justice, Medellin has a lot to say to promote a regional forum with a demand in our territories, in a situation of protection for our natural resources. And I'll conclude on this point, the funding, global funding, when policies are specific and are truly rooted in the territories and the places where we live. So thank you very much indeed, and it's a huge pleasure for us from Medellin to be here and to coordinate this panel, and of course, to participate in all the activities. Finally, I want to invite the Vice President, Anna Scavuzzo, for her words.
Floor from the top, because I would like to thank you in front of all of us and in a formal way and with a specific, for your specific effort. Thank you. For us and for the Milan Pact, it's very important this morning and the chance that you prepare in these times. And I address my speech to all the mayors, to the city delegates, the distinguished authorities here in this room, and all the representatives of partner organizations. I think it's very important on behalf of the City of Milan, chair of the Pact, to open in a formal way this Milan Urban Food Policy Pact Regional Forum for South America, also to underline the importance that the Pact wants to give to this process, to the process of the regionalization forum. I would like to thank, first of all, the mayors of Belo Horizonte, Mayor of Rosario, and their amazing teams. Also because we need, for organizing such an important event, we need a lot of people working together for the same aim and for the same goal. I think it's very important, this chance for us, also because you stimulate Milan Pact's regionalization process, and you have the chance to commit cities to further work together on urban food policies. We know, and also in the last speech I had at the ceremony of open ceremony, I have to stress the importance of regional fora, because these meetings are a formidable trigger for further exchanges and joint advancement in urban food policies transformation. Also because we want to have cities as main players, not just in some way part of the network, but protagonists of this action. Over the last couple of years, the Milan Pact Secretariat has been working even harder on supporting the world of city at the regional level as crucial occasion of a wider engagement for our network. Last year we were in Barcelona, and the steering committee members developed a regionalization process action plan. We set goals for all regions to be achieved during the mandate. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate the steering committee representative from South America, Belo Horizonte and Rosario, for the leadership they have and for having fully achieved their goals. The Milan Pact, as we said more than once, provides a dynamic platform for cities wanting to develop sustainable food system. And I want to underline once again that sustainable food systems are inclusive, resilient, safe, and diverse. And the approach of our mayors have to be pragmatic and linked to communities, engaging also communities. Nobody better than mayors can work in this way. And sustainable food system ensure healthy and affordable food to all people in a human right-based framework. I think it's very important for us never forget this holistic framework. And this approach the Milan Pact has, I am particularly pleased that the main exchange in this forum is around innovative practices on food security and nutrition, as they are key topics in the South American region. Speaking of your effort, it's a great pleasure to acknowledge how vividly South American cities have committed to transforming their food systems, both from the political and the technical point of view. This has been proved also by a great participation in the Milan Pact this year, thanks to all the cities that took part and sent practices. I encourage you to work even more in the next years, to work together on the establishment of food policies and strategies in a strong synergy with civil society, the community, people, families, children, association, committee, guaranteeing access to safe, nutrition, sufficient food for the entire population, with special emphasis on reducing hunger in children and women from vulnerable groups. That is a key goal that can only be reached with strong and wider partnerships. Never forget SDG number 17, above all in cities. As we work together and considering the present period, not so easy, characterized by complex challenges, we should all keep climate change mitigation and adaptation policies as key tools to shape more sustainable food system. Promoting innovative agroecological production with attention to family and cooperative agroindustry. We can positively impact local markets and give more room to sustainable production. I think that from South America, this could be even a very important key tool for the entire world. And to do so, we can strengthen linkages with the metropolitan authorities in the attempt to guarantee the best possible context, both for food production and for food consumption. Let me conclude also greeting our colleagues also connected online from the Mercosidades network. I firmly believe that our two organizations would benefit from working together. Mercosidades has been active for over 25 years with members from all around the continent, thus gaining an extensive knowledge of cities' actions and challenges in the region. I hope that we can join forces soon to strengthen together food system transformation in South America. It's my belief that collaboration among practitioners is the inspiration that we need to shape better governments for our cities. Concerning the focus on social inclusion and climate justice, I'm sure that cities from South America will contribute to strengthening the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact globally. I wish you all a fruitful regional forum. I thank once again the mayors, and I think it's very important. This is a very important milestone for our community. So thank you very much, and have a great forum.
Gracias. Muchísimas gracias a la
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor of Milan, for your words, and thank you all. This session is closed. We'd like to thank you. We'd like to invite now the moderators, Marina Moratello, the coordinator I think it might be interesting before we go into the technical session. It would be nice if we could update you on the leadership plan and what the next steps are, which you will get, and also talk a little bit about the activities we have prepared for you today very rapidly so we don't take too much of your time. As Vice Mayor Scavuzzo said, we took on the responsibility of leading in South America, Belo Horizonte and Rosario together. And the event today, the organization of the regional forum today, is culminating, but it's not coming to a conclusion, actually. This work that we're handing over to the Pact of Milan. We'll hold 2 webinars soon where we will advance in the agenda of food security, trying to bring more knowledge so that those cities that are still building their agendas can benefit from that, and also bring knowledge in terms of development, inclusion, and the best ways of bringing innovation into the food security agenda. Soon you will get that invitation, but I would like to tell you that you should save that date. Soon we will send you the invitation. Today, the idea is that we also bring to you significant advances so that our region can hold hands and lead the policy together. Locally, it doesn't mean inside municipalities only. It means municipalities walking together hand in hand. So in the next panel, which will be led by Marina and Juliana, we are proposing to think about innovation beyond assuring food security, but talking about sustainability, climate change, for all policies enforced around the topic. And then we propose a summit where we would like to discuss with the authorities present here the pathways that are interesting for South America, not only for the states and municipalities, but for South America as a region in food security with all of these new topics and pressures we've been receiving. Pressure of climate change, price increase, inflation, access to food, the impact it has on the most disinvested populations. We want to advance in addition to everything we've done already. So today is not the end of anything. It is but the beginning of it all. So together with all of you, would like to lead the future up until 2030 and 50, talking about sustainability, economic development, and food security for the continent as a whole. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I would like to give the floor again to the authorities present here, and we will invite the next moderators from Belo Horizonte and Rosario, Marina and Juliana. And we'd like to give the floor to the Executive Secretariat of Mercocidades. So a hand of applause to all of you. Thank you. Thank you for your time and your dedication.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Now we'll start innovative practices in nutritional and food security. We'd like to ask you to have on silent mode all your devices. I'm Juliana Matos, Director of Food Supply, representing Belo Horizonte. And I am going to moderate together with Marina Borgatello, coordinator of the strategic program Calidad Nutricional from Rosario. Now I'd like to invite Altaro Lorenzo, Executive Secretary of Mercocidades, for the introduction. Well, hello, everyone. I'm going to hit you with a good old Portuñol. The Mercocidades network has more than 600 member cities. It involves more than 10 countries of the region with more than 120 million people. Our network has more than 26 years of existence, and it works around the topics of local governments: gender, environment issues, climate justice, participation, democracy. Little by little, the network became more bureaucratic and needed more technical expertise. So over the last years, we had to face something, the issue of Kumbuka, which is the need for food. But this has to do with the climate also. The network has been working around the environmental issues and climate justice topics. We've held several events and addressing the environmental issues. And the topic, the most important problem we have identified in Latin America is the fact that it has 8% of the world population, and it emits only 8% of the greenhouse gases, but it suffers the consequences of climate change. There's a lot of drought, very strong climate effects, and it's extreme weather events, and it's difficult to work on adaptation. And the problem related to food production and supply is important because climate change is causing droughts and migration. And people are being displaced. And this is related to the climate change. The environment changes, the habitat changes, and the possibilities in cities also change as a consequence. Our continent has more than 80% of its population in cities. So climate changes have increased the vulnerability in terms of food availability. So in this forum, we should address this. We should include in the agenda these problems. We should talk about climate justice. As the mayor of Rosario said, we need funding to support these initiatives. And we need a clear accountability. It is not just other regions that are to be made accountable. And in South America, we should take responsibility for these events. It is a forum, it is an initiative that should include this topic in the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Lautaro, for the introduction. It is a pleasure now to welcome you to the technical session. We want to share innovative solutions and talk about nutritional and food security. Today, we'll listen to the experiences of Araraquara in Brazil, Chone, Ecuador, Medellin, Colombia, and São Paulo, Brazil. Each one of the presenters will have 7 minutes for their presentations. After everyone has shared their experiences, we'll then invite you for the panel and we'll open for questions from the audience. We'd like to invite now Jaqueline Pereira Barbosa, Municipal Secretary of Social Development, and Silva, Executive Coordinator of Agriculture from Araraquara.
Boa tarde.
Hello, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here and to be able to share with you the experience of Araraquara. If you don't know us, well, it is a city in the inlands of São Paulo. It is governed by Mayor Edinho Silva, whom we are now representing. And since it's the beginning of its mandate, he's been trying to emphasize social protection and the well-being of all citizens of the city. So to achieve that, we have been enforcing some policies so that we can ensure social protection. Araraquara has two important public policies in the same mandate. I'm Jaqueline. I am Secretary of Social Service and Development, and we are managing social services and food security policies in the same department. And Silva is the coordinator of this session. Araraquara is developing a governance strategy that is called Araraquara Without Hunger. And as part of its strategy, it has different programs that were developed before the strategy and that was developed during our term. It was the decision of the municipal government. They decided to invest on the social protection of our municipalities. We have 7,000 families that were in the situation of extreme poverty. So we thought, together with different secretariats and departments of our government, we thought about a way of protecting them, of taking care of hunger and social protection, providing them a more dignified way of living. So we work on 7 areas in this program called Araraquara Without Hunger. One of them is food security, social services, local sustainable agriculture, creative farming, and the Solidarity Network. We have here some of our programs, but what we bring to you in terms of innovation, in addition and far beyond the programs that were developed under this umbrella of generation of income and access to sustainable development, food security, investment of family farming. In addition to all that, we bring the idea that we need an articulated joint strategy amongst all programs, not only in its core secretariat, but including a multi-department approach. So these are some of the programs. One of them is Bolsa Cidadania. It is a food tickets program where the family takes courses and trainings and is followed and monitored by the Social Services Department, and together with the Secretariat of Development and Labor, they take different courses. Children need to be in school, they need to be going to a healthcare service, and they then get this food ticket. This is to provide healthy food, healthy meals, so the family can go to the supermarket and be independent in choosing whatever it is that their family wants and can afford. So we try to get away from the emergency food basket. Paes is an income transfer of program articulated with different secretariats. The family will receive 930 reais as an income, and then they can go to formal education, they can take training courses, be inserted in different social service programs. The Young Citizen program is a trainee program. So every year we do a study of young people at risk, so they can take a trainee program, go to training courses, go to high school and upper level education. And also one of the Filhos do Sol, children of the sun, this is for those teenagers that are in a risk situation. And in addition to having a dignified way of life, we want to provide them with income so that we can compete with drug trafficking and other illicit forms of income. This is for young adolescents and youth that are at risk. And then we have other programs. We could share them with you. We have several others, as you can see, regarding food and food security. But I'm now going to give the floor to Silvani. But before that, I'd like to tell you that the most important issue to guarantee that the municipality can provide social protection of its people is the attitude. It's just a management issue. It depends on budgetary issues, of course. This is an important topic, especially in a country like ours, where transfer of funds is so important, and the municipality has had the burden of most of the costs of these social services programs. But it is in the city that people live. So it is the municipal government that needs to think about ways of ensuring social protection and food security for its people. Hello, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here to talk about our strategy to fight hunger in Araraquara. Our actions are based on Sustainable Development Goals. And since we don't have enough time, our time is almost up, I'd like to say that we start thinking about food security in the rural areas, in the fields. So we have the programs for sustainable farming. And there's something that is very important, taking care of the soil, the land. In our municipality, we develop a program for all farmers called soil analysis. This is provided in such a way that farmers can analyze their soil. We're always talking about environmental issues, but very often we forget about Mother Earth. So that is why we're providing our farmers and those people who provide them with products, we provide a quality of the soil analysis. Also, we have the agricultural monitors. So the farmers, through this program, can contract machinery, heavy machinery, to take care of their land. As part of this program, I'm quite sure we have advanced in the issue of the inspection stamp. So we went from a level where the municipal inspection stamp was given to beef products, and that was based on quality. We took that to agriculture as well. So small farmers could get over all the bureaucratic obstacles that they were facing. With so many criteria, and only large companies could reach the market. So local small farmers can provide their cheese, the beef, and poultry products, etc. So talking about agriculture, we have P+. It is a program for social interest agriculture, whereby the city purchases products from the small farmers and provides those products to farmers that are receiving food aid. This program is important because we have been seeing very often the basic food basket, but we need to overcome nutritional hunger. How can you do that? By providing vegetables, fruits, proteins to vulnerable families. That is why this program is so important. We should stop having unbalanced diet. That is why these programs are so important. In terms of food, we should stress the food bank of Araraquara. Araraquara is a pioneer. This food bank has done a wonderful job, especially in terms of working to avoid waste. It is not the waste where we use products that no longer have market value. We're processing products so as to avoid them being discarded too soon. So in addition to removing them from the supermarket, where they no longer have marketing value, we are processing that food so that it becomes totally nutritional, because we're transforming that into food, jam and juices, and that has provided a lot of savings for the municipality and is saving money. We also prepare frozen bread, and then we give them as food aid to vulnerable families. Unisoja is producing soybean milk for families with lactose intolerant children, and the fruit and vegetable baskets that come from the Paes program. I'm about to conclude, just a minute. I think that was it. Just one more slide. Well, and to conclude, this is a quote by our mayor, and he says, "Fighting hunger is the #1 challenge to be faced, so we can guarantee right to adequate nutrition. Without that, you cannot develop any activity, be it educational or productive, because nothing is more harmful to human dignity than starvation and hunger." Once this obstacle is overcome, the main challenge is to continue integrating efforts between civil society and the government. This has been the main focus and the main learning point on which the Araraquara Without Hunger strategy is based. And we are searching for a more fair, fraternal, and solidary society. This is our role. Thank you.
We thank Silvani and Jacqueline for such rich contributions to this short discussion. I'm going to talk about some highlights from. There are a lot of points that we could explore further, but one of them is the diversity of programs that the municipalities have, demonstrating political will, which was discussed here earlier in the opening session, to the forum as a factor. It's extremely important to be able to do any food and nutritional security intervention, so activities not only in production, but also income generation and solidarity economy, which is very interesting. The actions as well, intersector actions, which are another important factor in Belo Horizonte. We always work with intersector actions because alone we aren't able to make much progress. And when we combine all the partners in the same effort, we're able to make much further progress, and technical assistance to the farmers as well. It's another point which I highlight here in the intervention by the two of them. I want to thank you both, Silvani and Jacqueline, and now Vanessa Velasquez, the Secretary of Community Development in Ecuador, for her case. Good afternoon to everyone here. I am Vanessa Velasquez. I've come from Chones, the largest community in Maraví in Ecuador. Our population works with farm production and livestock. We're approximately 150,000 inhabitants in Chone. The place that I come from has fertile land where we produce the best cocoa in the world, where we produce the citric fruits, dairy products. Janeiro cheese, the Janeiro cheese is the best of Ecuador. At other levels of production, the pressure towards exportation, the lack of information and healthy practices and nutritional practices, and poverty themselves all affect our population under the terrible face of malnutrition, undernutrition. Currently, there is a high rate of minor malnutrition in Ecuador. 1 out of every 3 children in their early childhood suffer from minor malnutrition. We lag behind Guatemala. Our youngsters who don't receive enough nutrients for their mental and physical growth look like in Ecuador, Maravi in our province, in our city, in Chone. But we're concerned and worried about the situation. The municipality of Chone seeks to contain and prevent malnutrition in children, and it created a wonderful program called Happy Bread, and children from 1 to 5 years, early childhood, preschoolers, various different areas in our community where they had the highest rates of undernutrition, to be able to do direct participation with the communities, the adventure that I'm going to explain to you now. The challenge, childhood malnutrition affects 3 out of every 10 children under 2 years of age in Ecuador. We are the second countries with the highest prevalence of malnutrition, in one of the highest after Guatemala. 60% of them are in urban areas, especially in Quito, and the second province in Ecuador is Manabí, where I come from, Manabí. And as well, 40% of the highest rates are in the rural areas. It's counterproductive because that's where people sow and reap. Chone is an extremely fertile land. The land there, the soil, what you sow, as you sow, you shall reap, has the highest production of citric fruits in Ecuador. And we're also leaders in cheese, dairy products, and meat products. Chone is a community with 36% of its population living in the countryside. It is large, but almost all of the population is not urban, it's rural. There are differences, they're scattered around between one and another settlement. Can we forward the slides, please? Advance the slides. We work under process of development communities with infrastructure and basic services. Obviously, comprehensive development of our communities. We have training and consultancy for business undertakings, but we're working all of this with community development. It should be a multi-actor approach. Our government cannot address the problem alone. We need the community involved, and so we work hand in hand with numerous businesses in the health sector. We have agreements currently with the Ministry of Public Health, which is a government agency, to provide care. And here emerged the idea of working on the Happy Bread rolls. Through our approach to them and the agreements, we were able to focus in the lines where we have the highest rates of malnutrition in the community through all of the medical follow-up. When the mother, the pregnant woman, enters into the process, and when the infant is born up to 2 years of age, the public policy, it's a priority. Both the pregnant women and the infants and breastfeeding infants. Newborns and infants, there should be added value products with local added value. Each step should have evidence and records of what's done. From the beginning of our project, we have done comprehensive records of everything. First, with the information survey, to be able to know in depth the children that we're going to serve, and to know what form of feeding, to be able to have the project grounded in the nutritional area. In the future, there should be shared responsibility, a call to action for each family. We've been doing this because with the children, currently we have approached through all the history of hand in hand with the families. Later on, I'm going to explain about the 5 different lines of action that we adopt. Can advance that one, okay? Tools, back one. Okay, this is the starting date. Today, after 4 months in this project, we only have 22 children in a chronic state. We began with the high group, over 55 children. We have 63% of them who don't consume any fruit. on a daily basis. 70% do not eat vegetables every day. 50% have vegetal protein once a week or once in a while. And we treat now 510 children in the first phase. We should highlight that we're going to begin the second phase with the other areas where we estimate reaching comprehensive care for 2,000 children. These are the components that we have, the 5 different components. Originally, this project started with a survey, an original survey of information, where we had baseline information with follow-up and results of anthropology, habits, overall health status, and dental health status. We did a group of experts working on the project with the medical team where we measured, measured and weighed the children. We did blood tests in each of them where we were able to obtain real information at baseline. Each month we do a survey of information with them where we weigh them and measure them again, and we can see their evolution and progress. Obviously, the medical side has allowed us to have chronic nutrition and identify it in a large, and we've managed to treat them and shift them out of severe nutrition. Our land and soil is extremely fertile. You sow the seeds and a tree will grow. With the original baseline data that we did an information survey, we began to understand a little bit more about the feeding practices, probably not the correct form. It's the way they've been working with its ancestral practices, and we were able to establish a varied menu from Monday to Friday with food generating some 90 cents or $1 a day to feed a family of 5 people. This meant that there were children who did not eat tea and with a cooked banana per day, which did not feed their physical or mental development. So with this concern, we began to work hand in hand with the local businesses to also develop the local economy in Chone, and based on the diets that we created with our nutritionist team, we had a varied menu from Monday to Friday, where formerly we were able to guarantee a diet with 1 meal a day for the group that we had of happy bread. As I said, this is what I was commenting on just a minute ago, nutrition. So the team reaches to these 4 areas in extreme poverty from Monday to Friday. The kit, rather, we promoted the neighborhood vegetable gardens, and FAO facilitated the areas, and today generating the community vegetable gardens in each of these 4 neighborhoods. But we've gone further now. We're doing home gardens. We're teaching people, each of the parents in happy bread rolls, how to feed properly with totally ecological and sustainable production. Their children, through the seeds, we have the Paes, which is a practical system where you can grow anywhere in the house, and we also have to have their room, the vegetable gardens and orchards with the air of productive development and with their technicians, and we teach them how to be able to sow the seeds and cultivate the land. And these are the nutritional guides from parent to teach them how to eat properly, teach your children how to eat properly, and they're going to be based on the community, neighborhood, and home gardens. These are the actors and players, the stakeholders. As I commented yesterday, we are also using this we have each of the local businesses. We have the Ministry of Health, which has been a strategic ally for us, and we are working with them on all the diagnosis. We have FAO and Recolto. It's supporting us with information, and administrative processes, in knowledge and international experience in benchmarking. We have the community, which is empowered now, and we're working hand in hand in this project, since they're the ones that promote and make our project sustainable in the private sector, in medical care, in the dental care, comprehensive dental care, and a medical team and clinical laboratories. It doesn't cost anything for the municipality, but it fends the community and especially the children. And hence, we have a comprehensive part of what we're doing in Pancitas, our Happy Bread project. Can we see the next one? So, as lessons learned, we can say that we have a systematic approach based on the monitoring and data alliances at all different levels, internally with the municipality and globally, and we have participation by each and every one of the stakeholders in the communities. Challenges are sustainability, comprehensive improvement to improve the family life, and we're already in a process. The Cantoncione Council said we're continuing with the second phase of the project. The results have been measured here, and God willing, we'll have some 90% of the children in permanent development in this project. So that was all. Thank you very much. I believe that's all. So I want to thank you all for your kind attention. And we are extremely proud to be here today. We are a small town in a small country. So it's a huge pleasure and a source of pride for us to be here sharing with you and exchanging experiences. Pancitas, the Happy Bread, it's a great project. It generates a number of tools to fight childhood malnutrition, which, as you said, is affecting 3 out of every 10 children. And all of the components in the project are extremely interesting, but I would like to highlight the importance of building data, not only for working seriously on a specific population, but for subsequent monitoring and to see how they truly impact the policies that we are applying. So I congratulate you, and this is a great initiative. Now, we are going to share with you the experience from Medellin in Colombia. Okay, São Paulo. Well, had a problem between connection, and so we'll turn the floor over to São Paulo. São Paulo, Carlos Fernandez will be speaking, who is this Executive Secretary of Food and Nutritional Security in the city of São Paulo.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present to you on behalf of the city of São Paulo, talking about food security. São Paulo is a little tiny bit bigger than your municipality, but the challenges, I may say, are the same. The social inequalities are huge, and we need to worry about food security with our population as well. I'd like to tell you about São Paulo. That's the city where we have social actions for food banks, distribution of food baskets, the Bom Prato Paulistano, the distribution of meals in popular restaurants in São Paulo. We have a program now, and we are concerned with the fact that there are 2 meals available in public schools for children. Always considering the issue of food security, and the decision about the meals must be in line with sustainability and the environment. I'd like to provide to you an experience. We're not meeting the needs of the city of São Paulo. We have the whole metropolitan area in this megalopolis. Plus, in São Paulo, we had a successful program that won an award by Bloomberg. It is Legal Pontos. It is more than 450 farmers that São Paulo has. In São Paulo, 48% of its area has a forest coverage. It is a natural forest, the Atlantic forest. This is where the most important water basins are that supply our city. That is, having that in mind, we developed this project that won an award by Bloomberg to provide a bigger income to the farmers by providing them with technical support, with agricultural inspection, composting. We provide composting based on the waste of public markets in São Paulo, and we provide that to the local farmers so they can improve their products. The focus of the program is to improve the income so the farmers will not migrate. If they have an income, they will protect the water basins, they will protect the land. They will not migrate, and the land will not be subject to real estate development. They are friends of the environment. They are not enemies. So we live with those regional farmers, establishing with them a partnership in preserving the environment. In addition to this issue of inputs, and the name says that, Liga os pontos, it means connect the dots. So we connect the rural agricultural area in the south of São Paulo to the markets, so they can gain the markets, can gain income. So on the side of selling and production, always focusing on preservation, good agricultural practices, aiming at agroecology. So we won several awards, Bloomberg Award and several others with this program. Another challenge now that we are facing is the fact that the city recently has been receiving payment for environmental services with a focus on the preservation of the city environment. This is also going to enforce agricultural production, so these farmers enforcing good practices, be it through agroecology or harvesting in general, they can be our inspectors, our environmental inspectors, so to speak. Also, from the logistical point of view and food distribution, and we've spoken about this before, I'd like to tell you that São Paulo has just started to develop a practice which is called the Solidarity Warehouse for low-income population, those that make up to 2 minimum wages. We will implement markets with 30% lower cost as compared to local markets of the region. In doing so, these people will be independent to make their own purchase choices. They'll be able to not only get the basic food basket, but they'll be able to choose from a list of brands and products. They will have a focus on good nutritional choices. I always say they will not get orange juice in a box that has 20% sugar, 5% juice, and the rest is water. They will get good products available, very balanced from the nutritional point of view. Our concern in providing good nutritionally balanced diet is the focus. We have 29 municipal markets in the city, 960 open fairs. It moves more than 50,000 workers in the public markets. There are organic markets. We have approximately street markets, okay? We have several urban vegetable gardens. So these are the challenges. There are numerous. We want to improve the quality of production. We want to feed our population better. We have to implement good practices, and we want to focus on the most disenfranchised in the city. This is the commitment of our mayor, Ricardo Nunes. Thank you. Thank you, Mateus, for sharing the experience of São Paulo. Always very comprehensive, bringing to us the whole supply chain, connecting the dots, not only of production, but of food supply and nutritional and food education. We'd like to invite now Mr. Hugo Dias Marin from Medellin, director of the Unidad Buen Comienzo, and he will be with us online.
Ele vai conseguir conectar?
Is he with us? Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Boa tarde, Hugo. Escutamos?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello from Medellin, Colombia. I heard all the different experiences. Thank you for the invitation. I wish I could have been there with you in Brazil, but unfortunately, we weren't able to be there. We'd like to have the presentation on. I'm Hugo Alexander Diaz Marin. I am the director of the administrative unit Buen Comienzo, the organization that works all issues of childhood in Medellin. And we've been working in terms of hunger mitigation and all other items. And all other issues in Medellin. It is important to say that Medellin so science, technology, and innovation are important. It has 2.5 million inhabitants. Also, there are other 9 municipalities that form the metropolitan area. And this is why we have about 3.5 million people in total. These 3.5 million people are strongly related to the territory because we live in a space, we work somewhere else, and we study in a third location yet. So, well. Can I see the presentation? Back, please, back one. Okay. Medellin has created in 2004 the Buen Comienzo strategy, the Good Start strategy, and it was created in order to mitigate the problems of death due to malnutrition in Medellin. We should say that in 2003, the Antioquia department created the MANA strategy. The MANA strategy aimed at mitigating deaths due to malnutrition in the region. It had 27 children dying per 100,000 inhabitants. Colombia had 24 per 100,000 deaths due to malnutrition. Then the Buen Comienzo strategy was created, and this strategy started to connect to other countries. So in 2007 and 2008, it created the 0 to 100 strategy. That was a national level strategy that stressed the fact that Colombia needed to work with the newborns and young children so as to decrease the malnutrition of children up to 5 years of age, so as to work from the point of view of development of young children, so as to decrease the situation of chronic and acute malnutrition in Colombia. So that was a good start. It attracted attention, and the strategy was very important for Medellin, not only because we worked based on this scenario of a global view. We worked on different areas, everything that was connected to food, food follow-up, psychosocial items, boys and girls, and it became a potential for development in Medellin. In 2020, Daniel Quintero took on the challenge of decreasing gradually chronic malnutrition in Medellin. When he established that goal, I think I should mention something. I should stress that our development plan was created without taking into account what was going to occur in the planet with COVID. The pandemic meant going back in time. In the same summit years ago, Hambre Zero, held in Ecuador, we had the same goal of decreasing chronic malnutrition on the planet. According to the report of FAO last year, with COVID, we went back almost 10 years in this goal of decreasing malnutrition on the planet. So when we established this strategy, we wanted to work to decrease malnutrition of our children. However, when the pandemic hit us, we needed to develop a series of other alternative strategies to allow the Medellin population to have access to food security in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 generated an increase of unemployment in the country. In Medellin, it was about 25% unemployment, which led to hunger. And the municipality needed to find strategies to meet its goals. Next slide, please. With this goal of decreasing malnutrition scenarios in Medellin, other strategies were created. It wasn't just Buen Comienzo, it was the inclusion, secretariat, education, innovation, economic development, sports. We all joined so as to generate strategies that might allow us to mitigate all the negative consequences of COVID. And these actions are still being practiced. As the previous speaker said, we had the school food program that now services 170,000 children in school age in Medellin. We have food programs that also provide food aid to different families in the city through food baskets. And there's a new program enforced as of January, the community canteens, the community restaurants, which will allow us to food to feed 20,000 users, thus increasing food security in the city. Next slide. $130 was a tool developed in 2007 in Colombia, and it brought with it several challenges. We in Medellin took on these guidelines and strategies, and then we developed actions and we implemented projects for each one of these 4 lines of food security. Under availability, we organized the school food program and organized it with the school food program, trying to focus the most vulnerable population in the city. We should also say that Medellin became one of the 3 epicenters of migrant displacement of our brothers from Venezuela. About 200,000 Venezuelans came to our city. As a consequence, the city needed to provide strategies to feed this population. Food security was certainly one of the core problems to resolve. So we needed to articulate different projects and strategies and implement this exercise through territorial staff so as to provide different services to this population, the migrant population. We worked hardly to assure, as a minimum, 70% of the calorie and protein intake that a child needs through all these programs, increasing the intake in schools about 25%, and we increased it to 35% in an accelerated fashion so that our children could have the best nutritional intake. As the previous speaker said, although Medellin has a lot of rural area, it produces only 3% of what we consume in Medellin. So in terms of food sovereignty, we have an enormous gap to fill. We need to face agricultural production. Now, we have the same area going around different production units, collecting production from these farmers and take them from to distribution hubs, eliminating outsourced channels that increase prices, first of all, and that, as a second result, the income to the farmers are decreased, and most of the income stays in the pockets of the outsourced distributors. We try to overcome this. Together with FAO, in an agreement with FAO and different departments, we try to increase our agricultural production as well as filling in the gap between consumption and production of food in Medellin. And finally, we've been working on strategies to decrease waste, food waste, so as to have less food being wasted in the cities, so that our institutional projects result in food for our population. Our final commitments involve, first of all, can you put the last slide, please? The first challenge is the consolidation of the model to face chronic malnutrition. In that respect, we've been talking to our President Petro a few days ago, and we were talking about our role in food production in Latin America and how we must play a leading role so as to eradicate this war for food. Here, we, all as countries, must implement policies for the benefit of food security. We must fight to protect Latin America and its biodiversity. And in that respect, we must have a broader choice. We must supply local consumption, but also we must provide more food for other regions of the world that do not have food available. And we need to fight chronic malnutrition, working directly with the Colombian Institute of Family Food Programs. We have implemented a program for the reduction of food waste, a beautiful project with this company that has been working with the collection of waste in Medellin. And we have implemented a program to generate strategies so that food will not be discarded, but rather be used in composting in the city. So we implemented this program to change habits, and we are encouraging the non-waste of food. We've been working with families and parents, and also in schools, fighting malnutrition on one hand, but on the other hand, we're changing the mindset and fighting overweight, which is a trend worldwide. And breastfeeding mothers, we know that almost 56% of the adult population is overweight. 22% of children in school age are overweight, and about 15% of children from 0 to 5 years of age are overweight or obese. So we need to work on food education. We need to provide nutritional education so families to take on adequate food habits. And finally, I'd like to invite you all, different cities and countries, we should go on working together. We should generate fora for discussion and strengthen the instruments, because phenomena such as the Ukraine war have generated the lack of supply of some inputs in Latin America, inputs that are essential for the agricultural production. And swine production. So we must organize ourselves as countries, as a region, so we are self-sufficient, so that we can advance with our food sovereignty in Latin America. Also, we can contribute in doing so to food sovereignty in the planet. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you for inviting me to share with you our experiences. I'd like to stress once again the importance of us working together so we can eradicate hunger in Latin America. Thank you.
Fine, thank you very much. It's interesting. A good beginning. It's a strategy oriented towards working on food security in early childhood in Medellin. We are short on time, so the idea is to be able to turn the floor over to the speakers for 1 minute for final remarks, after which we'll adjourn the technical session. how fortunate we are to be sharing experiences here this afternoon, such diverse experiences, diverse in terms of the demands and the supply. But the most important thing is that this collective is a collective, the objective of which is to fight hunger, to promote sustainable development, people's lives, those who are demanding food and those that produce food. So may we truly have a dialogue in South America, in the cities which are signatories to the Milan Pact, that we work collectively to confronting the challenges which are varied in various different contexts, but which are also similar across cities. So thank you very much, one and all. Hello, you can hear me, okay? I'm happy to have participated in this panel and sharing with all of you in the audience. And in fact, I realize that we're not alone in this struggle. We are a huge team concerned with food security, and we have been doing in Chone, Ecuador, creating public policies to ensure food security and thinking the development of our city, but above all, our people, because it's who we're working with and for. So we help to be able to move forward everything we've been achieving, and the people that benefit from it, may they be the people themselves. Thank you very much. I would like to highlight here that in each city here, everyone links to the local reality with the other secretariats and departments to interact, to find solutions on the issues of hunger, sustainability, and the issue of the environment. And this forum here is truly has raised the bar in this networking and what we've done in each of our cities, in each of us in our local communities, and a greater challenge for South American exchanging these experiences. These are the experiences here from each city and town, which will make us join forces and do the best for everyone involved to have a better world and a better life for our people. So thank you very much. Yes, it's clear that the local problems are the ones at the end of the day the local communities have to give the answers and the responses in the complex context. They're the ones who have creatively have to produce a policy for citizens. That's why initiatives like this and a forum on food security is crucial for beyond voluntary activity and creativity. With more or less local funding, it can have a common wager in this area to have more assertive policies and more support to be able to work on an issue which is that of the agenda for the next 5-10 years, which various different contexts. The pandemic had gotten into this issue of deepening the issue of food security and the issue of One Health, which has to do a lot to do with this issue, and FAO and the war in Ukraine has accelerated this and its access to food and in commodities and generated greater inequalities and greater problems amongst the people who have the least. Along this line, I think that this is a forum that links these issues and making them more visible is a great wager for local communities. So thank you very much, and the authorities and officials who support them. Thank you very much. Yes. Medellin, would you like to add something? Hugo from Medellin, adding something to those with your final remarks in one word. Hugo, I think you can't hear us, right? Hello, Hugo? Yes, I want to thank you all for the opportunity and the space here. Various Latin American cities and countries are in this struggle, fighting against hunger. This process, we should transmit it to other cities to embrace this commitment. The cities have fought hunger will be better prepared for the pandemics in the future. The pandemic of the future will be famine. So we want to thank the organizers of the forum and invite all of you to engage in a permanent dialogue with communication, fluid communication, where we can share our experience and to be able to feed on each other's knowledge in the regions and cities, solutions that they've been implementing and the work that we've done in each territory. So thank you very much, and for impelling this kind of and driving this kind of initiatives, strengthening this common endeavor in Latin America. So thank you very much. Fine, and to close this technical session, I want to thank the Mercocidades initiatives. It's important for the region to have your presence here, and of course the 4 cities and their representatives for sharing these practices, these innovative in food and nutritional security, which are inspiring in a regional context and global complex, which is so complex as at present. Without a doubt, the urban food systems are capable of producing through sustainable technique and inclusive techniques, local responses, effective ones for the challenges that emerge in the major global crisis. So congratulations, everyone, and thank you very much for sharing these experiences with us.
Hola.
Good afternoon. I want to begin by thanking the organizers, to the municipal government of Rio and Milan for organizing this global forum at the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact Forum. And in this session, the work by our teams from Belo Horizonte and Rosario for organizing the regional forum of the Milan Pact here in South America, and all the participants for your interest, and the mayors and the authorities for your dedication in promoting food and climate justice. We're celebrating this high-level meeting in South America, and we're here to hear and to discuss topics which are the heart of public policies that we are committed to in the Milan Pact. So to discuss the progress and difficulties for transform food programs with climate justice and food security, and a South American agenda to accelerate processes of transformation, the urban food systems with climate justice and community involvement with a focus, human rights focus, and from a gender perspective. We're also here to empower exchange of good practices that are replicable, respecting diversity and territorial specificities as well. We're here this afternoon in this high-level forum to shed a light on the progress to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and the needs for technical assistance and financial assistance to scale up in virtual public policies. In the year 2022, this year, we have a pandemic still proceeding in several different places. We also have war and armed conflict with global warming and climate change, with phenomena related to increase in commodity prices, which accentuates inequalities and international tensions, and all of this affects food security globally. Although we've made progress in building a better world, too many people are still being left behind. To put an end to hunger is not only a matter of supply. We produce enough food here to feed everyone on the planet. So we should also talk about waste, food waste. According to a report that we have some figures, but we have 20 to 40% of food that is produced is wasted, 20 to 40%. So this is another problem that we should attack with public policies dedicated to avoiding food waste. I believe that we should discuss the nutritional quality of the foods that we are producing increasingly. As was said this morning, increasingly there is evidence that there are many foods which are produced currently don't have enough vitamins and nutrients as 100 years ago or several decades ago, that have as many vitamins or nutrients. The root of the process of the problem is modern agriculture process increasing yields but disturbing the soil's health, and this is a problem with climate change and an increase in CO2 levels, which are also leading to reduction into the nutrient content of fruits and vegetables and grains. The sustainable food systems are the one that guarantee food security and nutrition for everyone without jeopardizing the foundations, economic, social, and environmental foundations for future generations. We need to build a sustainable world where everyone, everywhere, has sufficient access to nutritive foods. No one should be left behind. So let's elaborate on this high-level forum and collaborate in this panel that we're going to be hearing presentations to discuss these themes and exchanging experiences and proposing ideas to continue to propose food policies that are committed to the 2030 agenda. The high-level session of the South American Regional Forum of the Milan Pact, it has reached a crucial moment, to propose a link which we intend to be historic for Latin America. We're placing on the table we have the signatory cities for the Milan Pact here sitting at the same table to communicate with each other and linking for now and for the future. The connection between cities and between everyone in the pact to lead food security policies. The objective of this meeting now is for us to have progress not only from the technical point of view in implementing public policies, but also for us to be able to organize movements towards political will that was discussed this morning, and through our coordination to discuss agendas and lead agendas and the theme United Together, established here amongst us, promoted by the structuring of this pact. I want to invite, therefore, our chair, who's to come up to the stage. Maria Carrascosa is the technical director of the coordinator of agroecology in Spain, and all of the guest speakers of the signatory cities to take their spaces here on the stage as agreed on before. I hope that we have an excellent meeting now and that we can leave here with great results, not only to present tomorrow in the global coordination of the Pact, but also for us to be able to lead together food security policies which are increasingly sustainable, environmentally responsible, and inclusive and well developed. So thank you very much. Okay, can you hear me? Great, good afternoon. First of all, I wish to thank Belo Horizonte and Rosario for having helped me in the network of agroecological cities for this session. I want to thank the local authorities who are here with me on the stage, and as well the ones who are participating, Mercocidades from the network of cities for agroecology. It's an honor to share this space here for collective analysis and generating a shared agenda for Latin America. We know that these joint workspaces allowed to develop and shed light on the potential for coordinated action amongst cities as protagonists close to the citizenry with innovative and dynamic approaches in the Milan Pact, with more than 200 cities around the world who work in a coordinated fashion on food policy, and I'm part of the network of municipalities for agroecology. I have more than 20 cities in various different places in Spain who work on food policy, and we, for cities for agroecology and other organizations, and the city government of Barcelona launched an international proposal with 24 countries from around the world. We have worked in sustainable and healthy food policy for climate action in Barcelona for good food and the climate, where in addition Belo Horizonte and Rosario in Argentina, two cities, key cities in Latin America, highly committed to food policy for climate action. We are here in Rio de Janeiro, the wonderful city, 30 years after the Earth Summit in Rio. International agreements were signed, which were fundamental for our recent history. We established sustainable development as a concept and catalyzed the drive for multi-level policies around the world. I want to highlight the agreement on biological diversity, biodiversity agreement, which was on the need for conserving biodiversity as part of development, and the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change, which was established the need to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, and which has been ratified by 197 different countries. Despite all of these milestones and other ones, today we're facing global challenges with a close relationship to food systems, and these are both the origin of and the source and the result of the impacts of emergencies have been listed. Some of them have been listed: the climate emergency, the anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. Agriculture is part of this. It's very clear that before 2040, we will have achieved 1.5 degrees more in an increase in temperature. And even we don't know the origin of the pandemic. We know is correlated to the unsustainable administration of ecosystems and food systems and the management of them, and which triggered an unprecedented health crisis, which became a food emergencies, increasing the number of people going hungry in the world. War and armed conflicts, some of them with a heavy impact on the food systems at the global level. We have the war in Ukraine now, which has led to a problem of access and famine, increase in nitrogenous fertilizers and energy. All of these emergencies that we're confronting have a strong impact. Inflation, which was listed previously. Inflation in the food system, increasing prices of foods based on financial speculation as well. The food systems are experiencing a complex situation of an uncertain future where global emergencies and connected and feed back into each other, and they connect to structural problems of the food systems themselves. The diagnosis will help us to have true solutions in the framework of the fair transition, proposing local solutions to these global challenges. We are in the space of cities, global cities, where we can see the social and economic and environmental impacts of the crises and crisis situations. The cities are not normal a space where they produce food, but it's where food is consumed. 70% of the foods that are produced in the world are consumed in cities, and they're places where cultural agendas are determined for food and diet. The cities have many different competences, but they can drive public policies as well in food, sustainable and healthy food with relevant impacts given the global emergencies. And I would like to launch and raise the first question now. These systems that we're building, we don't want to leave anyone behind. How can we advance climatically fair food systems? How can we guarantee equitable distribution, access to safe, nutritional, and sustainable foods in the context of global emergencies that we're experiencing now? And I would like to turn the floor over now to the mayor of Rosario. Perfect. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mayor. Good afternoon. As the mayor of Rosario takes the question by Maria, it's the key question. And it's, first of all, I want to greet everyone warmly. How to build climate justice with social justice, and how can we do it within the framework of the producing foods and food security, food sovereignty, and urban food. The region suffers a blight of inequality. Although we're the region, we're not the poorest region of the world, but we're the most unequal one. But with such great inequality, hunger and poverty grow, and we see a paradox. The region which produces food, or the capacity to produce food to supply the planet, but nevertheless has famine inside its own countries and societies. The gap of inequality has a heavy impact on food sovereignty, because obviously quality nutrition has a lot to do as well with access to goods, which are increasingly expensive. And if we don't work on this gap and inequality in food sovereignty, it will be very difficult, because oftentimes what is sustainable is not affordable, and when it's affordable, it becomes unaffordable, and this gap and inequality increases even more. Food sovereignty, climate justice, and technological transformation and unequal distribution of resources all have to do with this issue of justice that Maria was discussing. Okay, in our understanding, the urgent agenda incorporates the issue of poverty, the indicators of malnutrition or poor nutrition. Oftentimes it's undernutrition, it's poor nutrition, because it's overnutrition and food waste, which is another major debate and an issue which I believe that we have to embrace the huge amount of food which we waste now. From the point of view of cities, which, as was said, the places where naturally they're not where the places where the agenda for consumption is defined. And yes, cities can even be places where food is produced, as Rosario, that's what we've proposed in Rosario, because, and it's a reflection which the pandemic raised, the pandemic valued closeness, proximity to food, to what we know, what we're used to knowing with what we're used to exchanging has a much more important value than prior to the pandemic. And this is a great opportunity and a challenge for cities. We consume, we purchase, we approach, do it not so much in the large spaces of consumption, rather in the closer spaces. During 2 years, we had limitations in mobility, but this heavily impacted our culture as well. And I believe that there we have a major opportunity, based on our experience, to contribute. This is a global debate which has a territorial scale. In our opinion, to empower our communities is key, and locating in the urban soil, in the street markets, and the logic all the way from production to marketing and even some levels of industrialization, organic agriculture at the urban level. Experiences are based on this capillarity. The rural areas where the urban soil we dedicate to production of food, the possibility of in the belts around cities, talking about the green belt, which has to do with food sovereignty and the quality of the food, and also with the logic of distribution of these foods, where there's fair, close marketing of foods. This production needs to include sustainability. When this chain can have an impact on marketing, and that it be sustainable, these collective projects, and finding the issue of waste, food waste, and the markets of concentration, the waste also in industry, the food industry, the multiple logics that use the market system to throw away what should not be thrown away. It's in validation and expiration dates, which giving it greater market value to foods that we could take advantage of, rather than establishing abstract expiration dates. First, the pandemic forced us to work in coordinated fashion at the provincial level and at the municipal level, but also do this with organizations, agriculture, agroforestry, when 1,600 homes with alternatives to feed people in the city, and which were key for the entire world to be able to eat in a situation that was so vulnerable as the pandemic. This system, this scheme, which I cite, was able to feed 300,000 people throughout the pandemic, about a year and a half, intensely.
This is a lesson learned for us. And we can do that with a focus on nutritional quality. What food, how to produce them. And then we have a lot of new challenges in terms of proteins, in terms of the impact from the point of view of healthcare, of malnutrition or poor nutrition. And also we wanted to, before COVID, we wanted to avoid the death of diabetic people, but then we generate a system that because of problems of food sovereignty and poor nutrition, we cause other problems. And we affect the healthcare with the same standard of inequalities of food production. So articulation, public-private, social, public-private. Secondly, continuity a long time. Our program for food agriculture and urban agriculture is 20 years old. We started actually 21 years old. 21 years ago. It gained more and more space in the urban soil. And third, it has to do with networks. And here, we base ourselves on the Milan Pact. We believe that global and regional problems can be solved if you address the cities. And as I said before, thinking globally, acting locally needs to become a reality. And it needs to be a reality at the time in which you negotiate what is being funded in the impacts of programs for climate actions. If we as cities cannot fight for more resources, for funds that will immediately reach the territory, for our green belts, resources for our organic vegetable gardens, so as to allow our people to produce food. We spoke about Rio and Belo Horizonte and all these cities that we have today, and so many experiences. Obviously, we will have very few possibilities of advancing in this area. And this construction of a horizontal pact of cities, as it needs to be done, will advance also in terms of a failure from the point of view of the vertical rationale, because by doing that, we failed. You cannot just sign a document. We do better when we collect experiences, when we share with each other, when we show as a network what has to be done, that there is nothing that is unattainable when we join forces. In Argentina, they used to say, the arena, sand is a little bit, but a mountain is made of sand sometimes. So this is the Milan Pact. We need to walk in that direction, and we do hope that our experience may be fed by other experiences. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Any reactions? Any comments? Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It is important that we speak about the Curitiba experience. Curitiba is the capital of the state of Paraná in the south of Brazil. And it is the center of 29 municipalities in the metropolitan area, with a total of 4 million people in the Curitiba greater area. Since '86, Curitiba has had a policy that has focused on the food programs, the Armazém da Família, the Sacolão, and other such programs. But in 2017, when we started working with the second food security program for the city, our challenge was to work on the legitimate demands of the population. And we brought in more than 80 players from civil society. Then we realized that the climate issue was a reality and different food demands were at stake. And we realized important issues that were essential for us to change our direction. The strategy established by the mayor. The strategy needed to be metropolitan because we have 34,000 family farmers in the surrounding area of Curitiba. They're based on underwater and 3 aquifers that are supplying these 4 million people. So sustainable models are essential. Something else that scared us was the fact that before the pandemic, we had 33,000 families below the line of poverty, 70% of the working population overweight and with low consumption of fruits and vegetables. And when we saw low consumption, we say 400 grams being the ideal recommended portion, daily portion, about 50% of that. So we also realized that in the population of children in the school age, in municipal schools, they had a high rate of obesity. So our first action in this plan was to turn the secretariat that was for supply, it became a food security secretariat. And then secondly, we tried to work the whole strategy based on a 4-pillar program. The third sector, the civil society, the government, and municipal institutions. Food security involves all these axes. The 3 branches, the 3 axes we worked on were basically working to fight food waste, trying to fight overweight children, and in 2017 we changed. So during the pandemic, we did not stop working. During the pandemic, ultra-processed food consumption increased. So we wanted to challenge the production model, the conventional production model, trying to understand the scenario of production based on underwater aquifers and the strong production in the urban area. So we had 3 strategic axes for work. And we realized that urban agriculture is a pivotal step in food security programs. We already had the food security program with the vegetable gardens, but without a strategic point of view. We have 155 vegetable gardens, school and community gardens. And it became a point of connection with communities, with the population at large, with institutions, working on nutritional and food education, working with the Secretariat of Education and Healthcare, working with the Health Ministry. They had a production surplus, so we worked on that. And the environmental point of view, the native bees, the production of composting, so vegetable gardens became a strategic axis for us. And then we need to work on other items. In the case of access, here, during the pandemic, this became more difficult with the homeless. So the Mesa Solidaria, Meals in Solidarity, works with the civil society. We have more than 80 institutions and churches working together with the municipality, increasing the supply to 400 meals for the homeless. And something that was really amazing is that those people who went to work to eat there was not just the homeless, it was the unemployed as well. That is why we needed to develop other actions: autonomy, independence, working on training, etc. And the third strategic line of work is to connect the common metropolitan market to family farming. So it is 3 strategic lines of work. And the pandemic did not surprise us because we were prepared. So now the challenge is to work on the food agenda strategically in the municipal government, so we can add and share solutions towards major challenge. Thank you so much. Well, hello, good afternoon. Well, undoubtedly, the mere fact that we are here is based on the quality of the speakers and the numbers of people in the audience. That proves already that the cities have taken on a leadership role in establishing agendas. And when I pay attention and go back to your opening speech, and if we think about the Earth Summit, we will be reminded of the fact that that was the first time in which cities were called to take on its role, its leadership role in Agenda 21. So very timidly it was called and to participate in the Brundtland report, and then it was called on again, and in '96 on the UN Habitat. That is when the cities were proposed as a challenge to public power. So who's going to talk about the cities globally? Everybody started to talk about the state and how cities are the most important forum for the discussion of populational issues in the modern age. And from that point onwards, the public government was given the big challenges with the MDGs and then the SDGs and with the Paris agreements. But certainly when the urgency of the climate change came to affect cities, posing such a major challenge where the government in its lack of resources, and that is the situation for all of us, that is when the public was called upon with this urgent request to face food security. And here we're called up to think about something else. Cities are created, they came to birth when the Industrial Revolution started. And we were always the spectators of what was being redefined at the time. And today, we are faced with a different dilemma, which is we are seeing deindustrialization. We need to maintain employability and provide social justice. If we stop to think about it, these are dilemmas that cannot be resolved. However, without social justice, there is no climate justice. It is impossible for you to discuss climate justice with someone who does not have anything, including food. So if you think about public government, and I'm talking on behalf of the Economic Development Secretariat, right? And if we consider that we need to think of the global agenda and how can it be reflected through public policies, promoting the development of territories that are lacking in services in almost all areas, that proves the importance of us being here. Belo Horizonte has always paid attention to this. At the beginning of the 90s, we created our community restaurant. And we are very proud of our staff, of our directors and technicians from the Secretariat of Food Security. So we've grown in that. You can have access to the details of the public policies in our city. But we are in the Ali Jecta Est, right? And our commitment to society is that you cannot advance in global agenda unless you face food security issues. Thank you so much for your contribution and for bringing again the history of the 30 years gone by since the Earth Summit. And now we see the urgency of our challenges. How can we ensure that transition is not only fair but fast? We need to have political consensus, and however, that might take a while. So you have the floor now with that comment. Well, thank you so much, Maria. I'd like to thank all the colleagues. You cannot solve complex issues with an easy speech or with an easy discourse. We have several Brazilians here, and we know that Brazil was a rural country up until the 70s, and it rapidly migrated to the urban areas. And now 86% of Brazilians live in the cities. How are these cities? Who are they? It is several cities inside the same city. And inside this very city, we have cities where public services are not available. So if you talk about climate justice, its first fight is to fight poverty, because if someone has no access to sewage, they do not have legal access to electricity or water. If you talk to them about climate justice, they will say, well, now, wait a minute. So we have so many challenges. We would have several workshops here to solve that. We have been the signatory of the Pact of Milan since I was working in the municipality, and here I am, a mayor again. Well, we have a rural area that was bigger in the past, and it became rural-urban because of the urban area. So now it's rural again. The city has 1.5 million inhabitants and 500 square kilometers. It is a very large area, but we have some experiences. First of all, the production of organics. Everything that is produced, 12% is organics. And they are street markets, and the city has 93 neighborhoods. But in the main neighborhoods, there are street markets offering good quality organic food at affordable prices. And we also have community vegetable gardens around. And like Curitiba, we have more than 300 schools in our network. And the schools, well, they are a beautiful space for education about nutrition. We have several examples. One of them, we were in a partnership with a local NGO and iClay and Google, and we put 2 biodigesters in the schools, and they were so successful that we're now launching a station for all public schools. And there were 2 byproducts. The gas is used for cooking in the kitchen for the school canteen, and it is also used for the vegetable garden. And the schools are in the suburbs. And these communities are bringing the rests of food to be processed in the biodigesters. And that will change the lives of communities. So professors, teachers, school staff, they're all being trained. We're making a big bet there. Like Rosario and Belo Horizonte said, we have 5 popular restaurants, and we serve about 1,000 meals a day. They're all in the hands of partners. We have no public community restaurant. So the experience of having agreements with partners, of making agreements, is excellent. In schools, in restaurants, community restaurants, you produce much better. And that is also valid for partners in churches, where they have church schools as well. Well, Brazil, as you know, has several Bolsa Familia, so many people who are benefited by the Bolsa Familia program, and you need to go one step forward, especially in the innovation sector, Brazil is so needy there, and it needs to make a big bet there. Well, I'm very happy to be here sharing our experiences. I know we don't have much time. Thank you.
We were together recently, but I wanted to raise several issues and the challenges when we were talking about climate justice and social justice, understanding this moment that we're living after the pandemic and the war in Ukraine and this entire backdrop for the world population with situations of confrontations. However, how can we engage in dialogue with people who are experiencing this situation? Brazil, for example, in 2022 is back on the map of hunger. There are countless people who have not experienced this before, and they don't even know what that means to be living in hunger. And many of these people are fighting social inequality. And how can we engage in dialogue in terms of 33 million people are going hungry? And what are the strategies to guarantee climate justice and social justice in confronting this situation? So there's no way, it's unthinkable to talk about these challenges without talking about the political agenda and political will and strategies and tools for us to be able to confront this situation. Can't talk about this without talking about investment in family farming and production of these foods. But none of this, all of it requires resources. It's important for us to think of financing for us to be able to deal with this context. So, in my opinion, South America has a major challenge, as we've seen here this afternoon. We're talking about people concerning the situation, involving them in this leading this discussion, and people who act in confronting this situation, but also to discuss the importance of this political agenda, not only this afternoon, but this morning as well, and talking about the policy agenda and the financing agenda. People in the cities, the municipalities have to produce the response. That's where urban life happens. However, without any resources, how can we achieve all this? So I leave this food for thought here for us over the course of this meeting to move forward with strategies which give us this, at least the design for a response in the longer term. Thank you very much. Indeed. Now, Jacqueline de Araquara raises the issue of funding, how to fund these policies and to be implemented. And that's your question first with regard to scaling up. How can you guarantee scaling up the transformative initiatives that are being developed? How can we strengthen regionally the lessons learned? Which tools to be used to strengthen and implement? Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I come from Recife, the city government in Recife, which is a historical city, historically dealing with hunger ever since José de Castro, the famous nutritionist in the 1950s. In 2004, we held the conference, the Brazilian Conference on Food and Nutritional Security, in which, since we held this conference in 24, we have a food security plan with, and have for almost 20 years. We have community soup kitchens and community dining halls, which have worked for almost 20 years in this city, and which they've been able to scale up. What we're able to do was to guarantee some structure for some communities, but we weren't able to scale this up on a scale at the municipal level within a city with 1.5 million inhabitants. So when the current administration took office, we had a structure, we had a plan, a policy for food security, but we didn't have any kind of strategies for urban agriculture, especially because the city is completely urbanized. There are no rural areas in the city of Recife, and there's no policy for agriculture in the urban setting. And we realized in the current administration that it would be good to scale up and to discuss food security in a broader sense, that this food security plan and nutritional plan should also incorporate these strategies of urban agriculture. In the city of Recife, there's some organizations that do urban agriculture, which independently from the city government, they already work supporting some groups. And when we took over, there was an executive secretary for urban agriculture in Recife. The first strategy was to involve these existing groups and mobilizing them in the middle of the pandemic. Groups, organizations, departments that did activities to confront the situation of hunger, which is latent in Brazil, and Recife is part of all this. So the executive secretary of urban agriculture emerged from this to strengthen what was already being done and to increase the scale. So we have supported the community vegetable gardens, the institutional vegetable gardens, to support with composting the school vegetable gardens. And one of the things that we'd like to highlight, which has been cited by Curitiba as well, is the issue of education, how to strengthen from children up this debate on food security based on the production in schools themselves. We've expanded this initiative. Another strategy that's important is for us to think that we're not alone. And I think that it's extremely important here to have this debate, to all be together here, reflecting strategically and collectively. And that's where this is a new secretariat, as I said. It's still not even 2 years old, but we're perhaps the youngest signatory to the Milan Pact. We signed it in October 2021, precisely because we realized that Recife can't do things alone. We had to engage in dialogue with other cities in Brazil and all around the planet. And for us, especially in the greater metropolitan Recife, as the mayor Porto Alegre said, and Curitiba said as well, the strategy has to be metropolitan. We have to have dialogue with the other municipalities, especially because since we don't have an urban area in the city, organic production, and we have 54 different street fairs in the city of Recife, and it's a metropolitan production, it's rural, and we had to discuss with them what are the strategies to gain scale. Is this dialogue between us as the city government and the metropolitan dialogue in the greater metropolitan area. Another key issue is planning. We realized that Recife had an old, well-organized plan with food security, but we have a plan for climate action. ICLE has been working with us in Recife. We have a carbon inventory with the map of vulnerabilities. We have a climate action plan. In climate action plan, some 20% of this plan deals with urban agriculture. And we, based on these existing plans in the city, we built a plan for agroecology, urban agroecology in the city of Recife. Based on this plan, we are building partnerships in dialogue to raise, for fundraising and for development, to guarantee this scale for it to be possible in the city. Good afternoon. I represent São Paulo. It's somewhat challenging in a context of a 10 million inhabitants city, like 20 million inhabitants with 20 million inhabitants in the greater metropolitan area. I listed 5 points that we've discussed in the last years to talk about climate justice and the fight against hunger, to see food systems and how they can be a path for this. I think that the opening session, all the points that I'm going to discuss here have already been mentioned. This is great because I think that we're well aligned. The first of them is political priority. The city government and its master plan, the first priority is to include the population in income transfer programs and nutritional support programs, acknowledging already, even before we got back onto the map of hunger, that this should be our main priority, but also we entered with a target, an objective of 400 urban vegetable gardens in this city. The city of São Paulo has a rural area, 30% of the territory in the southern part. Few people know this, and we have agriculture of all different kinds, peri-urban agriculture, urban agriculture, community school agriculture, institutional, with other political and public spaces. And from the point of view of governance, I am the director of agriculture for the city, and we have a new governance, which is agriculture plus food security, which I think is an interesting governance to work with food systems. I believe that, and the most important thing in political priority is having had this as a target, that for us to have budget resources for it. And even more important is for this target of 400 vegetable gardens. It came from civil society, and its contribution to political priority is also built by civil society as well. And in our city, this was extremely important. The second point concerning food insecurity is that we know that it is an issue of income, poverty in our population, and inequality, and the most common path is to wage on income transfer policies, but they are insufficient. More important still, in the Brazil, the strategy to eliminate hunger was the creation of jobs, which is extremely important, especially formal jobs. In the Pensan report, informal workers have greater risk of food insecurity, so formal jobs are extremely important, and increase in purchasing power of the minimum wage with inflation, the disposable income for food decreases, so real wage increases are important, and with the dilemmas that we're facing today. The third point here, which is close to my area, is to strengthen agriculture as a strategy, a multidimensional strategy. So all the way from its role, educational role of engagement in environmental education, but also environmental preservation and food production. And in the city of São Paulo, we have a clear wager to strengthen agriculture. We need for technical assistance, for rural extension services. We need people. Just as you can't do education without teachers, you can't strengthen agriculture without extension technicians who go repeatedly to support the farmers, both in practices, in assimilating technologies, and increasing productivity. Why? Because family farmers, they don't have enough income to pay for the extension services, and this historically created a gap, a bottleneck. I was going to say a gap, a bottleneck. I hate the words in English, sorry, for competitiveness between family and commercial farming. So to provide technical assistance is extremely important for us to be able to have family farming, be able to enter the market. And talking about scale, we had clear efforts in the last 5 years to promote the promotion to agroecology and organic farming, increase the number by 50%, the number of organic and agroecological farmers, offering technical assistance to them and allowing, promoting, fostering certification with inputs. But we realized that we reached a ceiling, and it's the scale, the issue of scale. We were able to do the transition of those farmers who like the idea, but we need to convince those who are well organized. They have conventional farming, and the transition for them is much more riskier. It's much riskier because they are moving towards a production model that they don't have any knowledge of. So technical assistance is important in that, but also we have been wagering on biological inputs and composting and so forth, and we can reflect on the bottleneck for scalability of organic farmers in Brazil as well. Another point is the markets. This is the third point, okay, to strengthen agriculture. It doesn't suffice to open up street markets for marketing spaces, because we need to allow this market for the farmers to access it. It's not very simple. You just open the street market, the number of farmers are going to come and sell, period. Okay, actually, it's a commercial relationship. It has to be feasible, happening once, happening a second time. It works and it continues. And farmers, when they're alone, in other words, not in cooperatives, it's difficult for them because they have to be the farmers, but they have to also do the logistics, to have market knowledge and organization relations, client relations. So we strengthen cooperative movements appears to be an important solution, even though for many farmers and many of them, cooperatives already knocked on their door, and for many of them, it was a traumatic experience. So we need to rebuild this cooperative movement's feasibility. So in a peri-urban zone, Graziano discussed in 2000, he did a study about the Brazilian rural areas, where rural areas close to the large cities, we have two different characteristics: low agricultural yields and the partial dedication of people. Because if farming, people do odd jobs rather than farming, happens a lot. Peri-urban farmers tend to be destructured, disorganized, because they don't work in the poverty. In poverty, they tend, in their activity, they do odd jobs and have farming, which is discontinuous. To round out here, the scale is indispensable. We're not going to solve everything in the city of São Paulo. We have 500 family farmers in the city of São Paulo. We can supply a large volume, relevant volume, but it's not going to even reach 5% of the urban market. The fourth point is the public purchases. It's a feasible strategy for the state to access the vulnerable population. The Brazilian state, it feeds 50 million people every day. The city of São Paulo has 1 million students in the municipal school system who eat 2 meals a day. There are 2 million meals a day, so this is a beginning that we need to wager on and support. The city government has advanced legislation. It's good for us to exchange positions to subsidize for organic and local food, for us to pay 30% more to them to supply the school food programs and to allow other markets as well. And social participation is indispensable. As I said before, if today we have a budget for agriculture, it was not myself as a technician who convinced people, but civil society who first allowed this agriculture to exist in the city, confronting resistance and persisting, showing the relevance of this agenda and mobilizing at a strategic moment. And the definition or priority setting in the city government, which is the agenda, an agenda item. You have political will, you have political prioritization. To conclude, the city of São Paulo has, beyond this issue of agriculture, it has a climate action plan, an agenda, 2030 agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. We're launching agroecology and urban development plan, and all these plans are built by social participation specifically. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. I am Carlos Quispes. I am the mayor of Huancayo. Huancayo, the most important city in the center of Peru. In this 8th Global Forum on Food Policy, I'd like to provide our experience on the work on food security. It started for us in 2019. That is when we did not have yet any social program that could improve the nutrition of school children. We would purchase native potatoes. We have more than 400 types of native potatoes. It is located at 3,500 meters above sea level. And it is an area which produces vegetables, potatoes, beef, fruits, almost all fruits. And Huancayo subsidizes, provides food to the capital of Peru, Lima. Much was said here about political will, and of course we do need political will. But the authority will never evaluate and assess problems as they are unless they have lived them. Not all authorities, not all leaders are agronomists or specialists. So how can they don't know about it? How can they assess it? They only realize that when they see it. Huancayo has more than 500,000 inhabitants, more than 45 districts. That is when you value the reality of your population, when you see it firsthand. We purchase directly from producers and farmers so as to improve the food of our school children. We started with 35 educational centers serving more than 4,000 students, but the gap is still significant. It is, certainly. Also, about global warming. The climate has changed so much. In Peru, we have ancestral habits and customs. The farmers would follow the phases of the moon, and they would also wait for the rains to help their harvest. After climate change, everything has changed. We, as a municipality, we are now promoting what is called the seeding and harvesting water. We are at the headwaters of rivers. We are planting ornamental and traditional plants that accumulate water. We have started that. There is a municipal ordinance so that all leaders will continue doing this in the future so as to attenuate and mitigate the water supply issues. Also, there is a lack of fertilizers. The national market is lacking those products. We're also promoting another project which has to do with the production of biol. Biol is a natural fertilizer. With that, we will provide organic production, organic farming. We're starting with a pilot project. We're starting with 2, and we hope to replicate that in other areas of the province of Huancayo, so they can all benefit from the production of biol and improve their soils. We also have popular vegetable gardens, community restaurants, and programs in the schools, in public schools. This is not the responsibility of municipalities alone. There must be a joint work between local, state, national governments, public and private institutions, and the grassroots, the organized civil society. I do thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here, and I'd like to thank the whole technical team of FAO. They have encouraged us since the very beginning for the creation of this program back in 2019, and it's been very successful in Peru, so much so that about 15 cities have come to Huancayo to get to know how public expenditures, how public purchases are done, how children in school age are being benefited, and how we're cutting the intermediary, because they would purchase at 30, 40 cents the kilo, the potatoes, and they will sell for 2, 3 soles. And the farmer sometimes does not even recover the investment. That's another gap to be closed. We're working strongly on this. Thank you so much for the invitation. Well, after hearing the comments of all of us from the panel, we realized that we as municipal staff, we are directly involved. And our problems are similar. I'm coming from Ecuador, from Chone. You are a much bigger country in terms of territory and population. Chone has 150,000 people and 7 districts, and 7% is in the rural areas. We have been trying to get our farmers not to lose their ancestral traditional methods in farming. We're working with them in a program called Fincas Responsables. We're trying to get the production to be sustained. We are a very rich soil in citric fruits. We do produce a lot of mandarin and tangerines and oranges. And also cattle, beef cattle. We're big there. We're now fighting with a new project of regenerative cattle. We're now preparing our farmers in the rural area so they find a sustainable way of working on the cattle raising without affecting nature. We're also trying to recover the space lost in Chone with the cocoa producers, with fine aromas in the international market. We're trying to have the farmers go back to working on cocoa. And well, due to foreign policy, we could not maintain some programs. Also, we've been working on markets in the urban area, markets that were closed after the pandemic. Our urban population was affected, and through these markets that we have now created, we're taking organic products and creative products with a value-added amount to markets. We're also training them so they can get involved in new businesses. We have also involved our citizens. Leonardo Rodriguez, the engineer, is an engineer. He's our mayor, and he's thinking about this line of work. This is what we're all concerned with, the development of our cities, right? Hello, I am Diogo Caprio, coordinator of the Hortas Cariocas program in Rio de Janeiro. Different from other cities, in Rio de Janeiro, in our master plan, we had the agricultural production go out of the city. They are more than western area of the city, closer to this area where we are now, Barra da Tijuca. But after urban development, these productions were pushed further out. Most of our food is produced very far away from here, even outside the state of Rio de Janeiro. So the biggest problem, what we are focusing on now, is to recover these production spaces, especially in the urban voids that are in poor communities where there is extreme poverty, so we can rebuild these spaces and plant there. The density of our population, we're more than 6 million inhabitants in a territory that is full of mountains and hills. 30% of the area is preservation parks. We have the biggest urban park in the world. So that's our challenge, to reestablish these areas so that we can bring production back into the city, respecting the diversity of our city. Rio has people from different states of the country. For many years, it was the capital of the country. So that brought in a variety of problems. If you look at the master plan of Rio, you see there is a diversity of problems. So working here is even more challenging. I was listening to all your talks. You were talking about strengthening the production in areas. We have to find areas. We have to reestablish areas. In the current management, we're using new technologies. And the use of these new technologies is being applied inside the urban territory. If you talk about agricultural areas, Cariocas, the local people, don't understand this. What? An agricultural Carioca? No, there is no such thing, they would think. When the Olympic Games came here, the Olympic Park was built. We had a huge area there, and we had small farmers planting there. And the area, due to the needs for space in for the Olympic Games, they got rid of these people. They displaced these farmers. Now the municipality is giving this area back to these small farmers. We're reestablishing the future biggest urban vegetable garden in the world. It was not created through a project by our municipality. Actually, it was given back to the population because this area was the focal point of agricultural production for those 5 communities that are living around the Olympic Park. So we need to maintain these areas. We need to reestablish a strong agricultural economy, investing in technology, and not technology in the sense of chemical products or machinery. We are talking about areas that are densely populated, where we have poor communities, buildings that are of 5-story high, and a hill making access difficult. So we need to use technology, new forms of providing them with a perspective of how these highly densely settlements were built. Hydroponics, green roofs, aquaponics, strengthening the use of animal protein inside a food system. If you consider the organic production, that is very important so that our cities have a broad view of the future, benefiting these local communities. If you do not educate them, though, without inserting these new guidelines into our plan, we will not have a bright future. No, the microphone is not on. We cannot hear. We cannot hear. The microphone is not on.
No? Ahora sí, ¿no?
Okay, now we can hear. Okay, I was saying that we are now closing. We are totally out of our schedule. Now, some final comments. As a final reflection, please, let's try and incorporate those that are virtually participating. Carlos Correa from Manizales and Martin Perez from Rio Grande. Can you join us, please?
Yo soy el secretario de Desarrollo Económico y Ambiente de Rio Grande. La verdad que estuvimos escuchando atentamente todas las ponencias. La verdad nos sentimos.
We don't have sound in the translation booths.
Particular de este panel. Y viendo un poco que las problemáticas y los desafíos.
We cannot hear. We do not have sound in the translation booths.
Hola.
Oh, ay, hola. Hola. Hola, perdón.
¿Está escuchando ahora?
Sí, sí, perfectamente, me disculpe.
Bueno, cómo nos escuchaba, bueno, primero no sé si se había escuchado, pero realmente mandar un saludo a todos y a todas. Realmente es un honor participar de este foro, de esta cumbre, de este panel. Y bueno, un poco decía que las problemáticas y los desafíos que cada uno de los panelistas comentaron son muy comunes a todas las ciudades, ¿verdad? Independientemente de las características de cada una. Nosotros somos una ciudad pequeña, una ciudad de 120.000 habitantes, situada en el extremo sur del continente y cuyo clima no tiene nada que ver por ahí con el clima de Río de Janeiro y ni con la población de Río de Janeiro, que ahí estaba escuchando.
Porque parece que el sonido es como sucio, ¿verdad? Un poco. Es que se oye con mucho eco.
Actually, in the booth, there is no sound, absolutely no sound in the booth. We don't hear anything.
¿Se escucha mejor?
Sí, que no lo están oyendo. No sé si esto se puede solucionar. ¿Sí? Vale.
Hola.
Sí,
Ahora se escucha.
continúe. No se le va a traducir en algunos idiomas, pero continúe,
Perfecto.
claro, en castellano.
Bueno, y entonces, bueno, viendo algunas problemáticas de una ciudad como Río, nosotros de la misma manera no consumimos casi todos los alimentos que vienen de afuera. Eso ha sido una situación en particular que en la pandemia cobró mucha relevancia, afectando y comprometiendo seriamente la alimentación de todos los riograndenses. Así que en ese sentido también llevamos adelante programas de fortalecimiento a la producción local, sobre todo la producción de alimentos de proteína animal. Y llevamos adelante programas muy importantes desde el municipio en ese sentido, y también teniendo un poco lo que se habló de que tiene que ver con la justicia climática, ¿verdad? Con estas políticas que tienen que ver con la inclusión, con las perspectivas de género, con la participación ciudadana, fortaleciendo principalmente
cooperative systems and the association of farmers and producers so as to help scale up local production.
Agrícola bajo techo por lo que es el clima de nuestra ciudad y que por ahí cuesta un poco más, pero nos hemos puesto ese objetivo hace 3 años cuando iniciamos la gestión y hoy podemos decir con orgullo que desde los programas municipales hemos más que duplicado la cantidad de productores y sobre todo de producción, pasando por ejemplo del 4% del consumo local de lechuga al 20% en 3 años.
Consumption of lettuce, we went up to 20% consumption of local lettuce. So we've been subsidizing and assisting financially and technically local producers. We believe that's the way, that's the right way. We local governments should get more involved. If we are closer to local producers, we'll be able to strengthen these policies.
La producción local de alimentos están absolutamente relacionadas con el cuidado del ambiente, el cambio climático. En particular, nosotros estamos a más de 3.000 kilómetros de distancia de los centros de aprovisionamiento y son todos alimentos que vienen por vía terrestre. Entonces, sin ninguna duda, aumentando, reemplazando esos alimentos por alimentos locales, por supuesto, estamos contribuyendo a disminuir la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero
you will avoid greenhouse gas emissions, and you will not damage the environment so much. These are challenges that we all must face, irrespective of the size of our municipality and where we are located. It is nice to be here together so we can share opinions and find common solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Special greetings. I don't know if you can hear me with a considerable echo. Greetings from Manizales, Colombia, a city 100 meters above sea levels, 400,000 inhabitants, where 93% of the territory is rural. We have 67 territories where 29 million inhabitants live. Nevertheless, the pandemic led us to reflect, to reinvent situations all across the world. And that's how we in Manizales, in order to give provide a solution for the issue that we had of confinement, social isolation. So our communities, with the purpose of providing support for mitigating climate change, we designed a strategy for urban agriculture, a strategy which is part of our Manizales master plan. We have the goal to establish in the 12 neighborhoods in our city, or boroughs, at least one community vegetable garden in each borough or large neighborhood. We already have 125 vegetable gardens, individual gardens, institutional gardens, vegetable gardens, which have some 400,000 people involved. But we're not going to have this reach duration over time or last over time if we don't include as public policies for it. That's why through a process of joint work, collaboration with academia, the universities, we are designing the first public policy for urban agriculture in Colombia. Brazil doesn't have any. This will be the first such organization. Manizales is a reference for urban agriculture in Colombia, and we've already had a visit by Rosario from Argentina with collaboration with Rosario in Argentina, where we're going to learn a lot from them, and they will have some knowledge about other programs around our region. These processes of urban agriculture that we have today, which without a doubt produce social, economic, and environmental benefits. So we want to protect people with this public policy, be the sustainable development process that we want, with the benefits that we seek. In addition, when we talk about climate justice, it's all the solutions that the governments have to propose to decrease the social problems resulting from climate change. In climate justice, we've implemented our climate action plan for the year 2050, which we call an Acting for the Planet, which has 8 strategic lines. In each of these 8 lines, there are activities to develop and some targets in the short, medium, and long term, where we, by 2050, will have 92% decrease in greenhouse gas emissions, reaching almost carbon neutrality. I believe that all of these strategies, which are developed globally through these institutions and through all the agreements and the pacts that we are involved in, that we want to thank you through the Milan Pact as one of the few cities in Colombia that's part of the Milan Pact. I think it is the path to follow for our planet to be a more sustainable, a greener planet, more inclusive, where one of the principal pillars is the development of healthy food, balanced diet, where governments have a crucial role, and where the cities, without a shadow of a doubt, and the territories, the urban territories, have a crucial role in food production. So, special greetings from Colombia, and thank you for the invitation. Fine, we've reached the end of this session, and I would like to invite Rafael Sabana from FAO Brazil to be able to share with us a few final thoughts. Thank you very much, Maria. It's difficult after all this background of experiences, city experiences, to talk about the conclusions. Very briefly, I would like to offer three thoughts. One concerning the new focuses, another is concerns new actors or stakeholders, players, and the lessons from the pandemic. Finally, lessons, positive lessons from the pandemic. First, I love to hear that 30 years ago we were in Rio de Janeiro in the Earth Summit. I was about studying animal husbandry in Mexico, and with a thesis on urban agriculture. It was something very exotic, and to talk about urban agriculture sounded very exotic. It's clear to me that there is a different focus now. Okay, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, the focus of the systems, food systems, were based on production. It was a totally sector-based focus. The ministries of agriculture were reflected the corporate interests of the farmers in the respective countries, even in the congresses, the rural caucuses, the farm caucuses were powerful, were extremely powerful. They still are in several different countries, but we're already moving towards a new focus, no longer focused on production, rather production focused on consumers. If we take a sweeping look at the analysis of the food systems in the last 50 years, we'll realize that based on the 21st, starting in the 21st century, we've been moving towards this analysis of the food systems based on consumers. And it's great that this is happening because this month we are precisely reaching the 8 billion inhabitants in the planet. And of the 8 billion inhabitants in the planet, somewhat less than 7 billion live in cities, and that is precisely why we need to focus on the urban food systems based on consumers. We should talk briefly about new players. And new player, well, a player which is not exactly new, but in terms of climate change, okay, which is a player of the century, for example, but new farmers are urban farmers, of course, and closely linked to it is in the case in Brazil, it's not a new player. School food programs, but the vast majority of the countries, it is still a new player, especially from the perspective of school feeding, not from a perspective of the assistance, school packages or school ultra-processed food in most cases. So school food and urban farmers are new players in this focus based on consumers. It's music to the ears of all the lovers of agroecology and organic products to hear that cities, large and small and medium-sized cities, have their action plans and climate action plans and the food security systems based on agroecological production, urban vegetable gardens, because all of these are great news. All of this is great news and a clear result of this change from a vertical focus to a more horizontal focus approach. And this horizontal approaches, that's what we're talking about another moment. These networks of cities which in most of the cases should serve to shorten the learning curves, that not to repeat or replicate the experiences, but to adapt them and adjust them to our realities. And the result of these network of exchange of experiences, it takes less work to reach, as people say here, success, okay? Precisely to the success of the processes. Now, with these new players and new focuses, that we should not forget that we've gone through a pandemic which cannot go back to business as usual as before. We have to learn from or based on what we've suffered and from what we've learned, of course, and highlighting the concept of proximity. Our friend from Rosario mentioned this proximity, greater coordination, the effects of the pandemic and poor nutrition and the reality in Latin America. Obesity and malnutrition go hand in hand. The importance of networks of integration with civil society generated, and this is one of the last messages that I want to do. We generated a scheme of more solidarity in our societies, okay? And I believe that this is one of the greatest results or outcomes from the pandemic in terms of living amongst in humankind. They prioritize healthier foods thanks to the pandemic, and also the closer foods, of course, with the consequent decrease in the carbon footprint from food. We have more conscientious consumers, not only more conscientious and with more solidarity. So I believe that a major lesson from the pandemic that we have is a society with greater solidarity, and this is what we need: more solidarity, more commitment, and less inequality, with zero hunger in the countryside and in the city. And we'll talk about climate change. Right. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rafael. Great. We've reached the end. Thank you very much to all the people who were responsible for the city governments and participating in person and remotely, sharing our reflections and actions. I believe this session has been very enriching and very diverse, and I believe that it's contributed to strengthening and coordinating the transition to sustainable and healthy food systems in our municipalities. And that's what I've loved listening to all of you on this note. Thank you very much.
Hola. Bueno, simplemente finalizar. ¿Se pueden sacar una foto? ¿Se pueden poner todos juntos para sacar una foto? Agradecer a todos.
I'd like to thank everyone. And now we are closing the regional forum in South America. Can you stand, please, so we can take a group picture?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Milan Pact Awards Ceremony 2022. I'm delighted to have you here finally after many months of work together with you. And tonight is a very special occasion to celebrate the most innovative practices that you have been developed in these months. So for the opening remarks of this ceremony, I would like to call on stage the Vice Mayor of Milan, Anna Scavuzzo, for her initial remarks. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy. More than one speech today, and so I will fix some details also because it has been a very important day for us, very dense, very deep of contents, and so first of all, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to open this 6th edition of the Milan Pact Awards ceremony, and as Filippo said, we will discover the most innovative urban food practices, and in some way we can also design a new path for the future. Some details of history for mayors and delegates that are here for the first time. It was 2016 when Cariplo Foundation and the city of Milan launched the Milan Pact Awards. And that launch was for proposing to all signatory cities to share their practices within our community. By gathering year by year, cities experience from all over the world led us to, in some way, build a unique platform for food policy knowledge. And I consider this as a library of living experiences that should inspire and promote the dissemination of innovative solutions to make our food system safer, more sustainable, and inclusive. This is the way in which mayors, in some way, drive their activities, sharing and trying to focus attention on the most innovative solutions. I've been struck by the enthusiastic response of the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact cities and their increased willingness to participate to this year's edition. This shows, once again, the permanent importance of food policy in the political agenda of mayors. This need to work on urban food policy and been stressed even more after the shocks that have been affecting our cities and citizens in recent years. And I would like to thank all the cities that during the pandemic in some way underline the importance of the alliance between cities. This great result also confirms the eagerness of signatory cities to participate in the knowledge-sharing action on food policy, which is the true aim of the Pact. I think all of us are very impassioned to discover the winners of the awards, and this year the competition was incredibly high. First of all, before moving on, let me express my personal gratitude and the gratitude of the steering committee to the 20 members of the 2022 Evaluation Committee that read and assessed all your practices, 251, and through them, they have been able to witness your remarkable progress towards more sustainable urban food system. Thank you very much. Sharing your best practices, you have enriched our community. Your efforts will be paid off in the months to come, and I will disclose about what's next later on because I have another last speech of the day for the closing ceremony, for the closing speech of this ceremony. So thank you again to all the city for participation, first of all for participation, and a special thank to the city that take part to the award for the first time. Thank you very much, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your welcoming remarks. It's a pleasure to do it again with you. Last time was in Montpellier in 2019. So we have been working hard for this edition and also for this ceremony. So we hope that you will like it. I know that you can't wait to know who the winners are, but I will ask you to put on all your curiosity just for a bit. I would like to give you some figure and an overview of the main trends of this year edition. I promise it won't take too long. So to recall what the Vice Mayor just said, the most outstanding figure of this edition is the great participation of Milan Pact cities. From April to June, and I think you know very well, because we have called you by phone, by WhatsApp, in every possibility we reached you, and we asked to submit your practices, your food policies. You were so happy to share with you 251 practices coming from 133 cities. So we double, and when I say we, it's the community. We doubled the practice compared to the last two editions. It's amazing to notice that the majority of the city of the Pact participated this year. So we are 133 cities participating out of 250 cities, and this was for the first time. Over the last months, Milan Pact cities have been working hard mostly on sustainable diets and nutrition. And this is something new because I would say that governance has always been the most participated category. So the data is interesting because it shows us that the interest and the concern of the mayoral agenda are continuously evolving among cities. Another key highlight is related to the food waste prevention category, which has always been the least participated one. In 2019, during the last ceremony, we set the goals together to sensitize cities to reinforce their commitment on food waste prevention, also by promoting many activities such as bilateral and multilateral exchanges, training, and field visits. We are happy to see that many cities now have implemented action devoted to reducing food waste and raising awareness on such a critical topic. Let's have a look on the geographical distribution of our practices. This is the map of your participation. You can see a balanced involvement of the cities from all over the world. Europe has registered the highest engagement, but this is quite straightforward, taking into account that this region is the one with the highest number of cities. At the same time, it's remarkable the effort demonstrated by Eurasia with 31 practices. This was possible thanks to, I would say mostly thanks to the Indian cities that over 2022 signed the Pact. I cannot thank the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India and the Food Foundation enough for their fruitful collaboration and for their involvement in the Eat Smart City Challenge. Another significant achievement has been the commitment from North and Central America with 38 practices. We can proudly say that overall, all the region demonstrated an increased participation, which is definitely an encouraging result. And we should also thank the steering committee that pushed poor cities to be proactive in this Milan Pact Award edition. We can also rely on an independent evaluation committee composed by outstanding experts in the field of food policies. Some of them are among you. We keep the secret about their composition until today. You can see in the slide. We made sure to have diverse backgrounds representing a wide range of international organizations, foundations, governmental and non-governmental organizations from all over the world. Each juror was assigned a specific category depending on their expertise, so to have 3 jurors assessing each category. The City of Milan and the Caripro Foundation as co-chairs went all through your your submission. So let me express my deepest gratitude for the great collaboration with the evaluation committee in these months. So application was submitted according to the 6th category of the Milan Pact, and the committee evaluated the practices through 3 criteria: innovation, impact, and inclusion. Unlike the previous edition, the 6th highest scoring practices, 1 per each category, will be awarded soon, I promise, just 1 minute more. I have also good news, because after the evaluation process, considering from the one hand the impressive number of submissions, 251, and from the other hand, the high quality of them, the evaluation committee decided to recognize 3 special mentions for each category. So I think now you are wondering, what's the prize? At the beginning of 2023, the 6 winning cities will be invited in Milan to take part to the Milan Pact Awards retreat. 3 days of intense exchange and interaction among winning cities. That will be the starting point of the fellowship program. So winners, we are looking forward to welcoming you in Milan soon. So I'm stop here now, no more rambling. Let's find out who the winners are. In order to do this, I will ask for the support of the evaluators and the Milan Pact Secretariat team that will present the category, the special mention, and the winners. So the first category of the Milan Pact is governance, okay. Let's start governance, okay. So let's start with calling on stage Felipe Dizon, senior economist from the World Bank, that will introduce the special mentions and the winners. Felipe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Filippo. This year, we gathered 51 practices in the governance category, the second most participated one. The best practices focus on various innovative and comprehensive actions, identifying local initiatives that can be transformed into systemic and longer-term programs, but also partnerships with research and academic institutions to map and collect data for policy development. Mainly in North America, but not only. The establishment of food councils, food boards, and food action plans are quite common. To conclude, we can see that an increasing number of cities are investing resources into the development of an urban food strategy, contributing to substantially transforming the way we deal with food in urban environments. Let's find out which are the special mentions in governance. For a comprehensive strategy that supports vulnerable families through income generation programs and support to local agriculture, the special mention goes to the city of Araraquara with the project Plan Araraquara Without Hunger.
Congratulations, Araraquara. We have on stage Jacqueline Pereira Barbosa, Social Assistance Secretary of the City of Araraquara. Congratulations. Yes.
For having created a food project that includes a wide set of actions, such as a university degree to become a sustainable food project manager from a school canteen that serves 100% organic food, with a project, a city that sows the city of Moins Certou.
From Moins Certou, we have François Xavier Flamon, Economic Advisor of the Consulate General France in Rio de Janeiro.
and for developing a holistic city-scale land use plan where food has a crucial role for shaping the economy, public space, and ecology. The special mention goes to the Food Systems Plan of the City of Vancouver.
Thank you so much, Felipe. Congratulations to the special mention. I think that now everyone wants to know who the winner is for governance. Please.
Now let's reveal the winner of the governance category. For having implemented a transparent, metrics-based, flexible public food purchasing framework that encourages institutions to direct their buying power, nearly $500 million per year, towards 5 core values: local economies, environmental sustainability, valued workforce, animal welfare, and nutrition, for serving more than 230 million nutritious, inclusive, and diverse meals per year to the most vulnerable city residents. The winner of this edition for the governance category is the City of New York, with a project, a New York City framework for good food purchasing. Congratulations.
For New York, we have the pleasure to have on stage Kate McKenzie, Director of the Mayor's Office of Food Policy, that is now receiving the award. Thank you so much. Thank you, Felipe, and to the World Bank for the precious work, and congratulations again to the special mention and to the winning city. Okay. Let's now move to the second category, which is? Okay, we have Maria knows perfectly the Pact categories. That's great. So for sustainable diets and nutrition, so be prepared because I will ask every time. So please be prepared for the third one. For sustainable diets and nutrition, it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Emily Norford, Manager of the Urban Food System at the EAT Foundation on behalf of Gunhild Stordalen. Emily, you are, since the very beginning, with us.
Thank you for the introduction, Filippo. I am very happy to be here once again with you, and let's dive right into the category. I'm really proud to be presenting to you tonight the category Sustainable Diets and Nutrition. And this category, as mentioned before, has registered by far the greatest engagement this year. It was amazing to learn about ways in which cities are working to transform their school feeding programs, moving towards more plant-based, local, and seasonal options, but also how they are promoting awareness-raising campaigns through workshops, social media, and events focusing on the importance of adopting a healthier and more sustainable lifestyle. And more, how they are developing educational training and guidelines for the food sector. So let's move to the special mentions for this category. They are for having implemented one of the most advanced public procurement programs, achieving an average of 88% organic ingredients purchased per month. The first special mention of the category goes to the project, The Power of Public Food Procurement of the City of Copenhagen.
We have now on stage Bettina Madsen, Head of the Food Procurement from the City of Copenhagen. Congratulations, Bettina.
And next, for providing 30 million healthy and nutritious meals per year through its extensive collective catering service, involving a variety of stakeholders and benefiting a large segment of the population. The special mention goes to the third Plan Alimentation Durable from the City of Paris.
We have the pleasure to have on stage Audrey Pulvar, Deputy Mayor of Paris. Congratulations. That's right. I will go here. Okay? Yes, thank you.
And next, for having developed an integrated strategy for their school meal service that is able to involve local human resources and at the same time support urban suppliers, thus benefiting the city's economy, the project School Meals, the Local Network, from the city of Torres Vedras.
In representation of Torres Vedras, we have Abilio Almeida, Chancellor of the Portuguese Consulate in Rio. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. And now,
thank you all so much, and I know you all can't wait to find out the winner of the Sustainable Diets and Nutrition category. Let's see. For having initiated an exceptional large-scale school feeding program encompassing more than 450,000 school children in 225 elementary schools, thus contributing to significant educational outcomes like increased enrollment, school performance, and attendance, along with decreased dropout rate, and for generating employment for about 10,000 women in the city involved in the project. The winner for Sustainable Diets and Nutrition is the School Feeding Program by the city of Addis Ababa.
So on the stage is coming the mayor of Addis Ababa, Her Excellencies Adanej Abebe. Congratulations. Let's have a picture with the Sustainable Diets and Nutrition Special Mention and Winning Cities. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. And thank you so much, Emily, and to the 8th Foundation. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the third category. Maria? No. Social and economic equity. So, for social economic equity, I would ask to be on stage with me Cecilia Marocchino, who is the Urban Food Agenda Coordinator at the FAO, on behalf of Marcela Villarreal. Cecilia, welcome on stage.
Thank you, Filippo. This year, we gathered 37 practices in social and economic equity. What we have interestingly observed is that the long-term consequences of the global pandemic were extremely visible in the categories practices, with many cities detecting rising level of poverty and food insecurity. What we learned from the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact cities is how wide the range of responses cities can bring to tackle food access crisis. Food vouchers and direct food distribution, but also programs to incentivize healthier food choices, innovative technologies to give business opportunity to low-income community, and mostly in Europe, empowerment of existing food aid networks. So let's find out the special mention for this category. They are: for reaching communities in food desert area of the city with a specific commitment, empowering and educating the environment of local businesses to provide a healthy food option, with the Healthy Neighborhoods Market Network program, the special mention goes to the city of Los Angeles.
Victoria Simon, Executive Officer of Sustainability of the City of Los Angeles, is now on stage. Congratulations.
So next, for establishing a 5-year plan for city, thus improving access to food relief services and support community to grow their own food, with the project Community Food Relief, the City of Melbourne. For the commitment in establishing an immediate and integrated response to the Ukraine refugees crisis, providing more than 1.3 million meals to the people in need, with the refugees in the food system of a medium-sized cities, the special mention goes to Wrocław.
The Consul General of the Republic of Poland, on behalf of the City of Wrocław, Ms. Marta Olkowska, is coming now on stage. Congratulations.
So now let's find out the winner of the social and economic equity category. For establishing a decentralized cold room system run by women to prevent impoverishment of food producers, for developing an efficient and climate-friendly infrastructure for fresh food conservation, preventing avoidable food waste, and increasing income levels for food vendors, the winner of this edition for social and economic equity category is, with its E-Cool Monday, the City of Rourkela. Congratulations.
Is now coming on stage Mrs. Wagatika Behera, Food Safety Officer of the City of Rourkela. Congratulations. Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you for having gone through all the practices since the very beginning with FAO, and congratulations to the winner and to the special mention for this category. Thank you so much. And now we move to food production, of course. For food production, I would like to have on stage Mr. Pietro Pipi, who is the Chief of Office of the Rural Development and Food Security from the Italian Agencies for Development Cooperation, also member of the steering committee. Pietro, I'm glad that you are here, although your baggage is still missing somewhere in the world, but happy to have you here today.
Thank you, Filippo. It's just my way. I knew I couldn't compete with you on my look, so it was just an excuse. You would have never accepted, you know. So thanks a lot, Filippo, and thanks to all of you. This year, we gathered 47 practices in food production category. Being the third most participated one, we can clearly see some key trends emerging. 3, I would say. Different urban agricultural approaches, innovative ways to exploit underutilized lands, and thirdly, creation of school gardens to sensitize students towards healthy eating habits. Moreover, the adoption of new agricultural plans and strategies, and the development of training programs and incubators towards the creation of good food jobs in cities. Okay?
We can wait.
The special mentions in our category, and please let me thank all the people that have been helping us, for having developed 300 urban gardens around the city, thus building a rooted and cohesive community of urban farmers, with the project Buruan Sai, Integrated City Food Security. The special mention goes to the city of Bandung.
Woo! So we have the pleasure to have on stage Mr. Gingin Ginanjar, Head of the Food Security and Agriculture Department of the city of Bandung. Selamat Pak Gingin.
For having created an innovative urban farm facility in the city center, which is 100% sustainable, organic and inclusive, with its own food bank, with the project Urban Farm, the city of Curitiba.
For Curitiba, we have Luis Damasio Gussi, Secretary of Food Security of the city of Curitiba. Congratulations.
For rediscovering unique agricultural practices in place from 1,200 years ago, through the creation of dedicated school able to transfer knowledge to young generation, with Escuela Chinampera, the special mention goes, said enough, they are not here with us, Mexico City, a big applause, very nice project.
And now,
I can say, and the win, no, just. And now let's reveal the winner of our category, food production, for developing an integrated public policy with the aim of transforming degraded public surface into agricultural land, for guaranteeing access to healthy, nutritious food at a reasonable price for 200,000 residents through urban farming, for developing training on agricultural production techniques for more than 10,000 people. The winner of this edition for the food production category is, with its agroecological food production, the city of Rosario. Woo!
Pablo Hapkin, Mayor of Rosario, is joining us on stage. Enhorabuena, Intendente. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pietro. Thank you so much to all the participants in this category. Congratulations to the special mention and congratulations to the winning cities. These are the mastermind of food production for 2022. Okay, let's now move to food you can moderate if you want, you can come here, you are ready. Food supply and distribution. So for food supply and distribution, we have now Serena Duraccio, who is, you know her, is officer of the Milan Pact Secretariat. Welcome on stage, Serena.
Thank you, Filippo. This year, we gathered 21 practices in food supply and distribution. From this category, we learned that public procurement stands out as one of the favorite and most effective ways to green the food supply of our cities. But also, COVID-19 pandemic led many cities to decentralize the food supply by setting up new selling and distribution points, resulting in new, local, more resilient and equitable markets. In order to do so, many cities decided to invest resources to train farmers and sellers, boosting the capacity of peri-urban and local suppliers to feed their cities. So let's find out the special mention for food supply and distribution. For having designed a multi-pronged emergency food security response using food distribution as a means to mitigate the transmission of COVID-19, distributing over 1.7 million food boxes to vulnerable residents in the city. With the project COVID-19 Emergency Food Response, the special mention goes to the city of Baltimore.
Is coming on stage Taylor Lafave, Acting Chief of Food Policy Planning of the City of Baltimore. Congratulations, Taylor.
For having positioned municipal markets as a means for sustainable food in all city districts, and having increased the presence of eco-friendly and local products in cities' markets. With the project Green Commerce, the special mention goes to the city of Barcelona.
A ver, ¿dónde está el commissioner? El Álvaro. We have Álvaro Porro, Commissioner of Social, Economic and Local Development of the City of Barcelona. Álvaro. Congratulations.
For having developed a strategy to strengthen the city's food autonomy, relocating citizen diet to public food procurement, and a series of B2B events to match local farmers and cities' businesses. With the project Relocating Citizen Diet, the special mention goes to the city of Lyon.
In representation of the city of Lyon, we have again the economic advisor of the Consulate General of France in Rio, François-Xavier Flamand. Congratulations. Okay, congratulations. Congratulations. So the consul is gaining a lot of awards tonight, but you have to send them to France at the end. Okay. Okay, Serena.
So now let's reveal the winner for the food supply and distribution category. For having developed a system through which, even during the school lockdown, more than 400 local farmers could continue to supply and sell their fresh produce directly to 40,000 students. For having managed to scale up this new marketing mechanism in 8 metropolitan areas in the country. With the project Strategy for Securing Our Talents and Small Farm, the winner for the food supply and distribution category goes to the city of Yeosu.
South Korea. is coming on stage Mr. Pyong-Wan Kim, Director General of the city of Yeosu, South Korea. Congratulations. Congratulations to the winning city, congratulations to the special mention, and thank you, Serena, for presenting these amazing cities. Thank you so much. And now, let's move to the sixth category, that is, you are lucky because we have just 6 categories, otherwise we could have continued for the entire night. For food waste, I would like to invite Cécile Michel, that you all knows very well from the Milan Pact Secretariat, to present the special mentions and the awards. She is not the winner, though. Okay.
Thank you, Filippo, and hello, good evening to everybody. So we are very happy, as you mentioned, that we have received and achieved great results also in this category, because we have received 34 practices. Some key highlights for this category are the variety of pilot research analysis on circular economy and energy production, then the implementation of different local strategy to recover food waste from markets and private canteens, but also an important improvement in the holistic approach that many cities are taking to implement their strategy to fight food waste at all different levels. Last but not least, the collection of food waste at the production of compost, as well as the use at the agricultural level, is also an emerging topic for many cities. Therefore, I am very happy to tell you the special mention for this category. So, for the holistic approach based on key factors such as planning, prevention, recovery, and recycling, the special mention goes to the city of Cincinnati.
Mr. Oliver Kroner, Sustainability Director of the City of Cincinnati, is coming now on stage. Congratulations.
For the solid analysis and the broad perspective on active participation of different stakeholders with the project Consolidated IC&I Food Rescue and Waste Diversion, the special mention goes to the city of Guelph.
David Messer, Executive Director of the Food Future of the City of Guelph, is on stage. Congratulations.
For the huge effort of connecting food waste collection and food production through the use of compost in agriculture, with the Municipality Compost Center, the special mention goes to the city of Quelimane.
Coming on stage, we have the mayor of Quelimane, Manuel de Araujo. Grazie. Facciamo che gliela tengo io. Congratulations, Mayor.
All right, I believe it's the time to reveal the winner for the food waste category. So for having developed an integrated and holistic approach that involves over 100 private sector organizations, 34 public institutions, more than 20 research centers in the city, focusing on retailers, restaurants, households, and citizens. So for having launched an initiative that aims at delivering interventions and evidence-based policies to reduce consumption-based emissions from food, thus implementing a pioneering circular food system solution. The winner of this edition for the food waste category is, with a food waste reduction program, the City of London.
Mr. Wayne Haber, Chief Executive Officer of Re London, is joining us on stage. Congratulations. Congratulations to the special mention and the winner city for food waste prevention of the 2022 edition. Thank you, Cecile. Okay, so we are now about to change the setting. Thank you again and congratulations to all the special mentions and the winners of this edition of the award. You will be able to listen to the insightful experience of these cities, their stories, their challenges, and their achievements in the program, throughout the program. So you have to attend all the sessions tomorrow and on Wednesday to discover them all. Plus, we have a dedicated session for some special mention on Wednesday morning, led by the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation on Wednesday morning. So if you are curious to know what these mayors and this city have done, just attend the session and the whole program. Now, I would like to leave the floor to Andrea Magarini, who is the director of the food policy of Milan and co-chair of the evaluation committee that will guide you through the stories of our 6 winning cities.
Thank you. Thank you, Filippo. Thank you, Filippo. It's a great pleasure moderating this roundtable. I invite immediately all of the 6 winners of this edition of the Milan Pact Award to join with me on the stage. So please invite all of them with a big round of applause. In the meantime, in which all the 6 winners are joining us on stage, let me say, as co-chair of the evaluation committee, that again, another time, thank you to all the jurors that serves also this year as evaluators, because all of them in the last holidays, in the last summer holidays, read hundreds of pages that are now our common library of food policy. So again, thank you to all of you. Perfect. So let's start to see our story from our incredible cities that won this edition of the Milan Pact Awards, starting from the governance. So in governance, you know before that New York City won on governance. Here with me, my colleagues, Kate McKenzie from Food Policy Director of the City of New York. I want to ask you to show briefly your practices and also to describe how you engage, how you involve healthy diets and plant-based diets in the good food purchasing program. Kate, up to you.
Thank you so much. New York City's mayor, Eric Adams, has a really remarkable story. Mayor Adams thought he had a stomachache and went to the doctor, and it turns out he had advanced stage diabetes. And the doctor went on to tell him how he could take these medicines to manage his diabetes. And he actually decided that he didn't want that, and he wanted to actually reverse his diabetes. And he chose to do that by learning about a plant-based diet.
And so he comes into this leadership work and priority area for the city with lived experience. He not only reversed his diabetes, but he also managed his weight, became increasingly connected to the role of our food and our climate and environment. And it's with that experience that I have the honor and privilege to be able to advance his food policies. Within the first 6 weeks of his administration in February, he signed an executive order which made permanent our work around good food purchasing. And to quote Mayor Adams, this is really just about radical practicality. This is making sure that we are sharing publicly the information about where our food is coming from. That also signals to the marketplace where we can, if farmers want to aggregate together, if we want to be able to open up opportunities for disadvantaged farmers and minority women business enterprises as well. But notably, this isn't just about signing a piece of an order and making something happen, but this is making sure that our most vulnerable New Yorkers, whether they're children in our school system, whether they're patients in our 11 public hospitals, or people in holding in our correctional facilities, our older adults that gather together for congregate meals to prevent social isolation, or our homeless shelters. All of these vulnerable populations deserve the highest quality, most nutritional meals. I will tell you that 2 things have happened since we've submitted our award. We have actually have proof and data that show that in 1 year, we've reduced the carbon footprint of our food purchases, specifically by introducing plant-based meals. Not only is this less expensive for us as a city, but by 37%, we've been able to reduce the carbon footprint across our food purchases. And this is it's simple. It's making an option for plant-based meals. Again, for whether you're children and our older adults. It's not always easy, but this is particularly about choice and introducing people to the option to be able to eat more healthfully.
Great. It's amazing, these experiences, because it's also linked to a personal life of a mayor in this case. And so how a personal commitment can make the difference. All of us are trying to do this kind of approach, and learning from the practices of New York, I think, can be inspiring all of us. So we will stay on the topic of public meals, because we are now moving on to the second category, so moving in Ethiopia, the capital city, Addis Ababa. We have the pleasure to having here the mayor, Anadech Abebe, that is trying to change again, as in New York was done, its food system. In 2019, the mayor decided to launch the first ever school meal program in the schools. And now, after a few years, again, they start in 2019. Now they are serving 500,000, so 500,000 of public meals at school. So in Addis Ababa, all the children can have access to healthy food. It's incredible. And so the question is very simple. So how you define your personal commitment and how are your plans for the future? Thank you again to be here.
Thank you very much. I would like to extend my thanks for all organizers of this program. I'm extremely happy to receive the Milan Pact Award. Thank you very much. In our case, the main thing is about the political commitment, which brings and introduce putting people in the first in all development works of government. So, and personally, I do believe that investment on school children is contributing to achieve the sustainable goal. So it will reward us. One of the focus, the main focus is, and as an entry point to school is the main commitment is emanates from this. The other thing, The program contributes to food, nutrition, and security, and the well-being of food-deprived school children. Furthermore, the program contributing to the sustainability of the whole food system. The program also allows to reduce financial pressure on vulnerable families who might struggle to provide healthy food for their children. The city administration of Addis Ababa has launched universal school feeding program in all public schools as a social safety net that embraces the education, health, nutrition, and the social local economic development. Since the program launched in the academic year of 2019, significant improvements have been observed. Among others, school enrollment rate, the academic performance, and the prevalence of school dropout, absenteeism has been positively improved by decreasing the dropout rate by 12%, while overall enrollment rate is increased by 15%. All in all, currently the project has now become a standard practice in the city, reaching more than 821,000 students enrolled in 472 primary public schools. The program has also created more than 20,000 jobs for mothers of school children who are taking part in catering and cooking food for their children. So, we want to scale up this program. Of course, we have already started scaling up to the community feeding, especially by connecting with urban agriculture as an income generation activity. Still, there is a needy student in high school. We want to expand it to the high school level too. There are volunteers who are contributing, not only public, who is investing on school feeding. So if you bring our effort together, if we are committed enough, we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Mayor, for your inspiring word. It's very impressive to see what you were able to achieve in few years. So the third category of the Milan Pact was social and economic equity. We are now goes in India to the city of Rourkela. We have the pleasure to have here one of the last cities that signed the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, because in 2022 you joined us and our community. I asked to the Commissioner, Swagadika Behera, to present how, exploiting the driver of technology, they were able to provide access to fresh food as well to sustain the community engagement and the community economically. So, what are the kind of the actors involved and the biggest achievement of Hikulimandi initiative? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, good evening, everyone. I'm very excited, as well as my sincere gratitude to this forum. Coming back to your question, well, our city is an agricultural city. Mostly we grow our own food, basically the fruits and the vegetables. We also develop or encourage the organic food production, but around 34% of fruits and 44% of vegetables go waste due to the lack of the cold storage facilities. It leads to the distressed sale by the farmers, which indirectly affects their income, as 80% of our farmers are in marginal income category group. and it also leads to food contaminations. It also leads to the emissions of increase in emissions of greenhouse gases, and plus increase in the use of soil, water and energy resources as to produce the same amount of food. So to avoid that situation, our city came up with a plan of establishing the solar-based cold storage facilities in various market points called the e-Cool Mandi. So we developed a digital system, digitized it by developing a mobile app, a web page, and all our the farmers and the vendors can store their produce in the cold store with a very minimal costs. It helps them to have the income, to increase their income. And the main focal point is that the whole system is managed by a group of women. May I say the women federations. And we also empower them and giving them a sustainable livelihood. Plus, we had a market dedicated to women vendors who will facilitate them to farmers to market linkages. Thank you.
Thank you. As mentioned by Filippo, now in this year we engage 11 Indian cities, so it's good to see your achievement in these years. So thank you again. Moving already, not moving, so we stay in this continent because now in the next category on food production, the winner is the city of Rosario, Argentina. So we are here in Latin America. And it's impressive to see the work of the mayor, Pablo Afkin, that are doing a lot of great achievement on food production, urban agriculture, and green belt project. So the question is how you think is the main result of your activities and what are the plans for your future to shorten the short supply chains? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, but I like to speak in Spanish. Sorry, but it's our language.
It's an honor to all of us. I'd like to thank for especially the special mention. It is a program, a continuous program, 20 years already. So I want to be very precise in how I'm going to describe this program. It is a work that is coordinated between the municipality and the academic centers and community organizations. And we have been occupying 126 hectares with this ecological production and 156 hectares that we call what we call this green belt with 6,500 tons annually of agroecological food with green gardens and entrepreneurs, family entrepreneurs, 500 people that they have the ownership of the urban soil. So we have developed a participative governance that includes gender perspective and also values the community practices and knowledge. So this is very useful for our community. With all of that, we guarantee access to food, high nutritional value, and more than 200,000 people in social and popular economy. And we'll try to compete with this project in the next forum. So besides that, we had more than 3,000 families. They are able to produce their own food in these family gardens. So where do we want to go with that? We create municipal standards that protect the urban soil, and these areas, they regulate the use of agrochemical products. What is the future in the short term? In November, We will receive 2 additional gardens. We are going to create a region with 10 municipalities in the area, in the larger Rosario area, that has been creating a local and regional brand for agroecological products. We want to expand the production in 150,000 annual tons. And we have just won a World Prize Cities Award that will be used in this peri-urban belt. 500 hectares of protected soil working in capacity building and local tourism. I don't want to be long here. We are totally convinced that we have to work on the land, and there's no other way to be effective and to keep the Eco Summit legacy and the Milan Pact if we don't make things happen in an effective way based on the land, the local land, where the cities move and they have the public-private cooperation, social cooperation, and standards that will guarantee the ownership of the land and the agroecological production of food that is well regulated and has to follow a plan. An Argentinian writer, maybe some of you know them, Julio Cortázar, he wrote a novel, and this novel was called The Little Yellow One. And there is a translation, Raihuela. So it is a game that will throw the stones in the squares, and you can skip some steps. And he used to say, to reach the sky, you have to start from the earth. That's what we have been trying to do tonight.
Gracias, señor alcalde, por su compromiso, and you describe exactly what
Thank you very much.
the facilities of the Milan Pact. Also because Rosario is part of a steering committee of the Milan Pact, so again, thank you to be here and for your effort. So going back to the period of the pandemic, the winner of the food supply and distribution is the city of Yeosu in South Korea. Here, represented by Seong-yeon Myung, also known as Floyd. If you want, you can say why Floyd, but I don't say leak.
Thank you very much. And this is my English name. My real name is Sang-wan Miao, and I actually made my name as a fan of Pink Floyd. So I couldn't make my name as Pink, so I just chose to be Floyd. So yeah, that was the kind of great promotion to me.
So just a joke about Floyd. But yeah, so the Yeosu city developed a very good project, a very good approach during the pandemic, because as all of us, when we close the school, there are some suppliers with no market, and as well the children without access to fresh food. So how you address these 2 issues, these 2 problems?
Well, it was actually we can tell it as just 1 or 2 words. Just make it simple. And the second is during the COVID-19, we actually have to connect to each other. We were disconnected. That was the problem. So we actually tried to get back to the normal parts. So we actually tried to make all the stakeholders to be reconnected. That was our trial, and that was my effort that we went on. So first of all, just now we actually got all the kind of cases from the grocery stores that actually provided our lunch meal for talented school students. And later on, actually, we got a lot of complaints from the parents because they have to spend a lot of money. So, I mean, we have 2 sides of problems. And when you just see that someone's problem, then that can be the kind of solution for the others. So that's the idea that actually led us to go into these projects. And then later on, we try to just make a building on the kind of the strategy that we can make. And the one I have 5 colleagues in here, and they have been devoting themselves to actually brainstorm the lab. And then they produced a really good solution. That was the local products package that really went on to each person of the school students. So we co-worked with all the kind of institutions in there. So that's the another connections to be connected. So we just made all the efforts. But the thing is, when we just started that local product package delivery, and then just there came some kind of complaints from the parent side, because where they wanted to have more options to choose for the package. So we actually just try to figure out, at first stage it was pretty simple, and then later on just the complaints are just going up. So we had to just deal with that. So we just decided to utilize our online mall, which actually is all the producers of the local products on the website. So we applied them to get into the online mall with some kind of coupons, which the parents can use for free at some point. So we just barely just try to do it at the first stage, and then later on, just we developed our ideas to get into the more applicable and a more sustainable development. That's the issue that we had.
Thank you. Thank you for your testify and for your commitment. Finally, I'm glad to introduce Wayne Hubbard from the City of London, representing here London on food waste category, by Win on food waste category. So tell us the main successful of your London food waste reduction program and some advice for other cities that want to be more effective in food waste management. Wayne, up to you.
Thank you. And well, in terms of advice, I mean, got to be humble here. I don't really feel in well placed to give anybody advice, despite the fact that we've won an award, which is great. But coming from cities, as you all know, are really complicated and complex things. So for us, it seemed fairly obvious that partnership and collaboration was crucial to deliver the aims of our program. So we work with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, with the Food Flagship Initiative, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, London's municipalities, and business and civil society. And if there's an asymmetrical relationship between those players, things tend not to get done. But if you can create a symmetrical relationship where everyone's doing their bit, you can do a lot. It's our ambition through a collective effort, to create a city where everyone enjoys food that is deeply valued, sustainably produced, and never wasted. So that's our aim. In terms of how we do that, I guess there's a couple of things. We did a study on consumption emissions related to food, and we published that at COP26 in Glasgow at the end of 2021. And that enabled us to identify some hotspots where we could concentrate and leverage greater outputs. So we created programs around the outcomes of that report. And then finally, we need to do behavior change. And there are many ways of doing that. But within a city, it's really difficult to think about 9 million residents, but it's probably easier to think about neighborhoods. So we put a lot of effort into equipping neighborhoods with tools and resources to enable them to talk to their citizens and get them involved in the process. And in London, for example, there are 600 high streets or main streets, and 90% of Londoners live within 10 minutes of those 600 high streets. So if you can deal with those 600 neighborhoods, you potentially crack 90% of the problem, which helps you to think about doing that. So I suspect, and I know that talking to other people, that a lot of cities are interested in how they can take this top-down strategy and deliver it at the neighborhood level. So, but yeah, thanks for the award, and it's great and very humbling to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you. Just to summarize some highlights of this roundtable, you speak about political commitment, because if we have mayor on board on our strategy, we can achieve more goals together. You speak about stakeholder and actors' engagement and involvement, that is crucial. We are public authorities that are working as a public approach, but we need to work with all of our stakeholders and actors. And finally, local efforts. So they work together in the city, nearby city, they work in the different neighborhoods. So be concretely to have this strategy, the overview, and then finally implement locally all of these efforts. So again, thank you to all of you. Here we have the most innovative food policy practices of 2022 of our community. We will do our best in the next months to share all of the practices of the winners of a special mention to all of us within the community. So a big round of applause, and I ask to Filippo, what next?
Okay. Thank you so much, Andrea. Congratulations again to the winning city. Now it's, I think, the time for a family picture of the winning cities. I would like to ask the Vice Mayor also to join us on stage for the picture. Okay. Non fa niente. No. Okay, it's fine. Congratulations to all of you. The word here is, I think, well represented, so thank you so much. I now invite you to take your seat on stage, except for the Vice Mayor, because she has something special that she wants to tell you, because the work of the Milan Pact Secretariat, but also the work of the winning cities and of the special mention is not finished. And you will be involved very soon. Please, Vice Mayor.
Very much. Thank you, Filippo. Thank you for everything and every word we spent together. I would like not to obey to Filippo right now, just because I think that your word, your practices are the focus of the work we are dealing with. And I would like to underline just your action instead of my consideration. I think I shared together with you a lot of words all over this day, and I think that cooperation, pragmatism, alliance, capability are the key words to, in some way, raise awareness in our community and building up also stronger and more cohesive community. I think that in this day, we mentioned more than once the powerful activity of mayors and of our cities and of community. And I think that the increasingly effective and valuable activity of each city is very important. Filippo spent some words in the introduction to present to you, and would like to share with you the idea to introduce some changes also in the activity we are used to share together. And in some way, we talk about an additional tool. So the Milan Pact, the word carry on to be our reference, also to involve, if you can spend some thoughts about this last hour, how many people here involved, how many words from different cities all over the world, different points of view, sharing the same goal, each one finding his path. I think it's very important also not to lose this way of working together, But to further strengthen our community, we would like to create new opportunity for this exchange. This is the reason why, Filippo mentioned before, we thought about this idea to promote this Milan Urban Food Policy Pact Fellowship Program. And the Milan Pact Works Retreat will be the kickoff of this activity. We can share also together with Milan, not just because Milan wants to present you something, but because Milan wants to invite you also to share with our community your best practices and to have some visibility and also in some way be a very strong part of the network and of the alliance. In the next month, we can manage, we can arrange the best way to build up together this fellowship program, and I think it's very important to be implemented together. I'm very happy to can host you in Milan, and then also maybe carry on also in these exchanges. And I think that's the best framework also to promote capacity building on food policies, because we don't want to have just some ideas to share together, but we want to change the way in which in our cities we promote food policies, we build up food policy inside and outside the administration. And I think we have a lot of knowledge to carry on sharing, and this is the reason why also we, for the first time, I guess, we asked about your challenges and your learning needs. And I think it's very important to mix it up, what we have been done in the past and what we want to do, also innovating activity. With the process of this information can help us to design and set up new activities. I think that it's a good idea to share with you, also because, as we mentioned before, we want to promote different activities that we can do together. We can have field visit exchanges, we can propose new pilot projects development, and we can also promote application to calls for fundings, because money is not a detail in all this activity in our cities. Is the evidence we can do it alone, but we don't want to do it alone. We can rely on a wide array of partners, and we will invite you to develop the fellowship program with us, also encouraging, for instance, our partners to work to support the mayors of the Pact in their efforts to innovate, to achieve common goals, to give a tangible contribution to the global food agenda. We had a lot of work to do together, and I think that ideas, we have a lot of ideas. We want to carry on with the pragmatic approach, but also with a very huge framework. We will, of course, stand by involving the partners, the stakeholders, who from the very beginning have been part of this process, the members of the evaluation committee, and I would like to thank them once again, also because we have learned about your experiences and challenges, a lot of information, and I think that this is the most important treasure that we have together. I take the opportunity once again, as I said, to thank every one of you. It has been a very big effort, but I think it's worth. Let me thank just two partners. First of all, I would like to thank the Milan Municipal School, dedicated to Altiero Spinelli, a very important European dreamer that was born in Italy. We have a very powerful school for languages. Also, I guess Serena comes from our school. And in this year, they helped us translating more than 100 practices for this edition, and also in the last into English, to support the work of the evaluation committee. And I would like to thank them also with an applause, because they are listening to us from home. Thanks to everybody who has made this edition possible. But I would like to thank also the team of the Milan Paes Secretariat, and so I ask everybody to come here on the stage. Cecile, Andrea number 2, Anastasia, Filippo is already on the stage, Serena, and I would like also to mention Cristina, Chiara, Monica, and the second Chiara that are at home. I would like to take a picture together with you, also because everybody has photo, but we don't have any photo.
Yes, so we take the opportunity.
Andrea and Andrea, I don't know exactly where they are. Here, come. And Elisa. And I would like to thank them. But thanking them, I would like to thank all the teams that in all our cities work together with us. I think that the engagement of the administration and politicians has to rely on people that can help us to do our best and also to keep in touch with the community. And I think it's very important also because they are young and it's not so simple. It's not so simple to face their enthusiasm for me. But I think that we have in our cities, in our organization, in our community, a very important responsibility, also because together we can build up a best world for the future, and together with all the people living and working together with us, we can carry on. Thank you very much for everything. I leave the floor to Filippo because this is not planned detail by detail, so it's a
Yes,
sort of
this is,
trick,
yes.
And he's astonished. But now I return to my floor. I close as we decided to close,
Yes.
so you can carry on. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a few words to congratulate to all of you. I would like to thank you also on behalf of the Mayor Beppe Sala, who tomorrow morning is flying to Buenos Aires, where we have another summit on sustainable topics again. And I think it's very important to carry on working on network and the alliance between cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So we now conclude our this ceremony, this 2022 edition of the Milan Pact Award ceremony. So we are now expected to take a family picture right outside. So once it's finished, you can follow the staff and go where there are the stairs, sorry, and we can have a family picture there. Just people who are on the family picture can have the dinner. So, thank you so much, everyone. Congratulations for the winners, and to the special mention, thank you all.